Chapter 40. The vast and endless forest was mysterious and deep. At first glance, the forest was as vast as a sea of green. In the depths of the mountain range, there were undulating mountains and valleys that looked like the bones of a dragon crawling on the ground. It was extraordinary and full of boundless power. In the depths of the mountain range, there were roars of unknown ferocious beasts from time to time. As one of the most dangerous areas in the Sacred Star Dynasty, the Boneless Mountain Range was filled with danger. Boom! At this very moment, somewhere in the forest, within a 500-meter radius of the Boneless Mountain Range, a fierce battle was taking place. Roar! The terrifying roar was extremely intimidating. This was a demonic beast covered in white fur. It was about 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. Its appearance was similar to that of a male lion, but it was incomparable to an ordinary lion beast in all aspects. This snow lion was a level 1 dire monster. Wu Xiao, who was equivalent to a level 1 natal opening realm human, was not only strong in attack, but also extremely fast. However, the one fighting the snow majestic lion was a young man with a black spear. The young man's body was covered in dust and sweat, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. However, the firm outline of his face seemed to have been carved by a guillotine. His deep eyes were filled with calmness, and there was no panic or fear in them. Roar! The snow lion's eyes were filled with ferocity. It bared its teeth and emitted a ruthless aura. Suddenly, the snow lion leaped up and pounced down with an unstoppable force. This is the moment. The young man's eyes were filled with a sharp, cold light. When the snow lion leaped to the highest point, the young man leaped up as well. Surging true origin energy was released, and the mighty power quickly climbed onto the spear in his hand. Buzz! In an instant, the black shadow spear immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. The restless true origin energy surged wantonly, and it looked like the essence extracted from the sun. In the next instant, the young man directly threw out the cold spear in his hand. The attack was as fast as lightning, and its momentum was like a ray of light. Hiss! Along with the sound of the air being torn apart, the shadow spear was like a chopstick piercing through tofu, and it forcefully pierced into the snow lion's head. Woo! A shrill scream came out of the snow chong lion's mouth, and dark red blood splashed and danced in the air. Bang! The huge body of the snow lion fell heavily to the ground, causing a large amount of dust and fallen leaves to rise. It then struggled on the ground for a few times and then stopped moving. Killed in one strike, clean and neat. Chu Hen calmly looked at the snow lion in front of him. There was not much excitement or joy on his face. He had already been in the Boneless Mountain Range for close to half a month, and this was not the first-class one great demon that he had killed. Ever since they entered the Boneless Mountain Range, they had encountered no less than 100 demonic beasts and killed 50 to 60 of them. The strongest one they met was a Class 2 great demonic beast. In that battle, Chu Hen could be said to have given it his all. After an extremely intense and bitter battle, Chu Hen finally killed the Class 2 great demon in an extremely thrilling manner. The various injuries on Chu Hen's body were also caused by the continuous battles over the past few days. In order to effectively improve his combat ability, Chu Hen did not use the nirvana power of the demonic pupil sacred body even once. Even the power of the chaotic body was rarely used. However, the results of the continuous battles over the past few days were still obvious, especially in terms of spear techniques. His foundation had become more solid and steady, and his grasp of the stormy blood shadow spear had also been constantly improving. For example, when he killed the snow chong lion just now, if it was in the past, Chu Hen would not be able to kill it so easily. This also proved the saying that combat was often one of the fastest ways to improve one's cultivation. Chu Hen pulled out the shadow spear, and a string of blood splashed out. The dark and sharp spear emitted a buzzing sound. After drinking so much blood for so many days, The shadow spear was much sharper than before, and it also had a kind of cold sharpness. Although this shadow spear is enough for me now, I still need to get a better one in the future, Chu Hen murmured, and casually put the shadow spear into the storage ring. Then he took out a dagger and cut open the snow chong lion's head and took out a crystal clear beast core. Most of the beast cores of demonic beasts were diamond-shaped, about the size of a red date. The beast core of a class 1 great demon could be traded for at least 20 to 30 mid-grade primordial crystal stones. As for a class 2 great demon, it was almost double that. Chu Hen had now collected a beast core of a class 2 great demon, 5 beast cores of a class 1 great demon, and 40 to 50 beast cores of small great demons. As for the missions that he had obtained from the Qingyan Pavilion, he had also completed a few. For example, the snake gallbladder of the 9-segmented snake, the twin black Ganoderma. These were all his gains over the past half a month. If he traded these things with the Qingyan Chamber of Commerce, he would be able to get about 300 mid-grade primordial crystal stones. He had to admit that hunting demonic beasts here was indeed a better way to earn money. However, in reality, it was also a gamble with one's life. He could lose his life at any time here, especially in the mouth of the demonic beasts. Rustle, rustle. Just as Chu Hen was about to leave, a series of footsteps suddenly came in his direction. Chu Hen turned his body slightly, and the corner of his eyes narrowed. After thinking for a short while, he moved his body and flashed towards a towering tree not far away. Then, with a few somersaults, he leaped into the lush canopy of the tree. Not long after, 8 or 9 small teams with unfriendly expressions and sinister auras appeared. The sound of fighting just now should have come from here. Leader, the snow chong lion's blood is still warm. That person just left not long ago. An ear-piercing voice of a duck was particularly unpleasant to the ears. Chu Hen carefully pushed aside the leaves on one side and looked down through the branches and leaves. The person who spoke was a short man. He used his hand to touch a trace of the snow chong lion's blood and licked it a few times with his tongue, revealing a sinister and satisfied smile. Another man with a knife scar on his face asked in a deep voice, "Leader, should we chase after him?" The few people's gazes gathered on a bald man. This person had a fierce face and a pair of ferocious eyes that emitted a sinister and ruthless light. "Hee, of course we'll chase after him." Before the bald man could speak, the short man who licked the snow chong lion's blood smiled proudly and said, "Those who have the ability to make it here must have collected a lot of demonic beast core crystals. These few days we've only met thin sheep, and we've only eaten a few pieces of meat. It's rare to meet a fat sheep, so how can we let him escape?" Hearing the few people's conversation below, Chu Hen immediately understood. It turned out that these people were bandits who killed and robbed people. In the Boneless Mountain Range, using the method of robbing was much faster than painstakingly hunting demonic beasts to obtain beast cores. In any case, many people died in the Boneless Mountain Range every year. This also resulted in some criminals committing heinous crimes for the sake of huge profits. "Boss, why don't you say something?" "If we don't chase after him, he'll be far away," the man with a knife scar on his face said. The bald man's eyes narrowed and immediately said, "We don't want this fat sheep any more." "Why, leader? Look, the snow chong lion only has one fatal wound, so it's obvious that the person executed a fatal attack in one blow. To be able to kill a level 1 great demon so cleanly, his strength must be above the level 1 natal opening stage." The bald man paused, and a hint of seriousness appeared in his vicious eyes. He then continued to say, "Don't forget the purpose of our trip. Before we get that thing, we must preserve our strength." Leader is right. Preserving our strength is more important. Leader, as long as we get that thing, we can go to the Rising Cloud Trade Union to exchange for 15 high-grade primal crystal stones. By then, we can have a good rest and have some fun. The short man smiled proudly. "Humph, stupid. the bald man sneered in disdain. Leader, why are you scolding me? What's 15 high-grade primal crystal stones? If we sell that thing on the black market, people will buy it even if it's 30 high-grade primal crystal stones. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. All right, then let's sell it on the black market. Damn it, the Rising Cloud Trade Union. Let's not waste any more time. Leader, let's go now. Don't let anyone beat us to it. Let's go. The bandits left in a hurry and disappeared into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Chu Hen, who was hiding in the treetops, did not come down immediately. Instead, he listened quietly to the movements around him. 15 high-grade primal crystal stones, the Rising Cloud Trade Union. Based on these words, Chu Hen could most likely determine that the thing they were talking about was the blood crystal lotus. Chu Hen could not help but fall into deep thought. Among the bandits, the bald man was the strongest. Based on the aura he exuded, he was at the level 2 natal opening stage. It would be difficult to deal with him alone, let alone the others. But then again, once he obtained the blood gem crystal lotus, Chu Hen would not only be able to trade for the golden python inverse scale spear, but he would also not have to worry about primordial crystal stones for a long period of time. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with determination. He would follow them for the time being and wait for an opportunity to strike. If there was any danger, he would retreat immediately. Let's do it. Chapter 41. The boneless mountain range was fraught with danger. In the depths of the gloomy forest, the scalp-numbing roars of ferocious beasts continuously rang out. At this very moment, Chu Hen was tailing behind a small group of bandits, continuously moving deeper into the forest. To an ordinary person, this was definitely a crazy thing to do. Chu Hen was definitely the first person in the channel opening stage who dared to do such a thing at the channel opening stage. Of course, Chu Hen was not trying to show off. At the very least, he could ensure that he could escape unscathed even if he was discovered by the enemy. Chu Hen still had this bit of confidence. After all, he had stayed in the Boneless Mountain Range for almost half a month, so he had a rough understanding of the situation in the outer region. Once the situation turned bad, Chu Hen was ready to escape. Woo! Roar! As they ventured deeper into the inner region of the Boneless Mountain Range, the dangerous aura in the air became more intense. The bandit squad, led by the bald man, the scarred man, and the short man were all on high alert, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. This was not their first time coming to the Boneless Mountain Range. They often killed and robbed people here, robbing them of their beast cores. They were very familiar with the terrain and environment of the Boneless Mountain Range. Where was the danger? Where could they not go? They knew it like the back of their hands. Therefore, to them it was much easier to find something in the mountain range than ordinary people. Boss, we have already entered more than 1,000 meters into the outer region of the mountain range. If we go any further, we will encounter some more troublesome beasts, the scarred man said. The short man also said, Boss, why haven't we seen the wetland where the blood crystal lotus grows? Is the information reliable? The bald man laughed coldly. This information was obtained from the mouth of that old fellow, Wild Monkey. Do you think it's reliable? The few of them could not help but raise their eyebrows, revealing a relieved expression. Since it was brought by that old fellow, Wild Monkey, it can't be wrong. Boss, how much money did you pay for his information? A life. A life? That's right. I took the life of that old wild monkey. After I got the information out of his mouth, I directly twisted his neck. The fewer people know about something like the crimson blood crystal lotus, the better. The bald man's eyes flashed with a vicious and cruel light. Everyone's expressions changed, and a chill ran down their spines. Time was ticking away. The towering trees on both sides were constantly left behind. The deeper they went into the jungle, the darker it became. The lush treetops were full of leaves, making it difficult for sunlight to shine through. The moist air seemed to be mixed with the smell of soil. Soon, the bald man and the others entered the 1,500-meter range. "We've found the wetland that wild monkey mentioned." The bald man's voice was filled with unconcealable excitement. At the same time, he slowed down his pace. Scarface, the short man, and the others also slowed down. What appeared in front of them was a damp area. Water was faintly visible on the ground, and footprints more than 10 centimeters deep were left on the ground. "Look, the crimson blood crystal lotus is there." A bandit with bright eyes shouted in surprise. Everyone was excited. In the wetland in front of them, there was an area with dark soil, and in the center of that area, there was a patch of lush vegetation. Among the green vegetation, there was a blood-red lotus swaying like a ghost in the night, revealing a hazy sense of beauty. It really is AF** King, crimson, blood crystal lotus. That old wild monkey really didn't lie. The short man's eyes were shining. The crimson blood crystal lotus was similar in size to an ordinary lotus, but not only was its color as red as blood, its petals were as bright as red crystals. From afar, a red halo lingered around the petals, like smoke and mist, appearing very enchanting. "Ha, we're rich! 30 high-grade primordial crystal stones. We can have fun for a while." When they saw the crimson blood crystal lotus, they were like starving beggars seeing a table full of delicious food. All of them could not control the excitement in their hearts. "Hee, boss, I'll go and get it." The scar-faced man grinned. "Don't be rash." The bald man stopped him and said in a deep voice, "If it's so easy to get, that old wild monkey would have taken it long ago. Why would he treat this information as a trade?" His words woke them up. The bandits immediately understood. The bald man glanced at the short man beside him, and the latter smiled sinisterly. He had it. After saying that, the short man suddenly took out 2 Longan-sized steel balls from his sleeve. Then he waved his hand, and the steel balls quickly flew out, landing in the bushes behind the wetland. Boom! Along with a violent tremor, a powerful explosive force immediately blew up the shrubs and jungle. The strong wind raged, and mud flew everywhere. The crimson blood crystal lotus swayed back and forth uneasily. "Shorty 3, don't destroy the crimson blood crystal lotus." The scar-faced man said nervously, "Hee, I'm not that stupid. It's not the first time I've used the thunderbolt bead. I know what I'm doing." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold, gloomy aura assaulted them. Hee, accompanied by a creepy whistling sound that sent chills down one's spine. A colorful monster slowly crawled out from the dark jungle behind the shrubbery that had just been blown up. "Humph, I knew you'd be hiding in the back, you animal." A smug smile appeared on the bald man's face. Demonic beasts would usually appear in places where exotic flowers and plants grew, especially in an area that was more than 1,500 meters deep in the forest. It would definitely not be as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Wild Monkey, who had discovered the crimson blood crystal lotus, was unable to take it away because of the monster's presence. As for the other party, they had learned a lesson from their mistakes and became the guide for the bald man's group. Hee, it was a colorful giant spider. Its torso alone was 5 meters wide, and with its slender legs, it was more than 10 meters wide. Its hideous head was facing the group, and it was terrifying and disgusting. Its sharp mouth was like a man-eating flower, and its guillotine like claws made people shudder. Level 4 monster. 5 poisons giant spider. The bald man said coldly. Facing such a ferocious monster, he did not panic at all. The 8 eyes on the head of the 5 poisons giant spider stared coldly at the group in front of it, as if it was warning them. Hee, this animal seems to still be angry. The bald man revealed a sinister smile, then changed the topic and shouted, "Old rules, go!" "Yes." The few bandits responded in unison, then quickly spread out and formed a fan shape. Clatter! Then each of them took out an iron chain that was as thick as a wrist. The end of the iron chain had sharp barbs. In the next instant, everyone threw out the chains in their hands at the same time. Swish, swish. Everyone's movements were extremely swift. 8 to 9 metal chains flew out like a river. The incomparably sharp barbed edge directly pierced into the 5 poisoned giant spider's abdomen. Hee! The 5 poisoned giant spider let out a fierce and angry scream. Its guillotine-like mouth opened and emerald green venom sprayed out. Steady the iron chain. Don't get splashed by this monster's venom, the bald man commanded. The iron chain in everyone's hands was more than 10 meters long, and it moved in a regular pattern. It completely fixed the 5 poisoned giant spider in an area and restricted its movements. Every time the 5 poisoned giant spider moved, the barbs in its back tore at its flesh, causing extreme pain. In a situation where its movements were restricted, the 5 poisoned giant spider could only continuously spit venom. The emerald green venom immediately withered the plants that came into contact with it. Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, quietly watched the scene in front of him. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Although this group of people were bandits, they were also well-trained and had good teamwork. Even some of the regular soldiers in the imperial city might not be able to do better than these people. This also proved that the bandits in front of him often used this method to deal with fierce demonic beasts and to rob and kill people. Hee! Soon, a large amount of green blood gushed out of the 5 poisoned giant spider's back. The bandits controlled the barbs at the end of the iron chain to cut open the spider's skin and flesh. Hee! Today I will break open your animal's stomach, the bald man said with a sinister smile. The others also revealed sinister and malicious smiles. Suddenly, the giant spider let out an extremely strange scream. Soon after, it opened its terrifying mouth and a bundle of white spider silk suddenly flew out from its mouth. Swish! The spider silk flew more than 10 meters away, directly wrapping around the neck of a fierce man who was caught off guard. The man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised the large knife in his hand and slashed wildly. However, the 5 poisoned giant spider silk was famous for being extremely flexible. The large knife seemed to be chopping on a soft steel wire, and there was not the slightest effect. Before anyone could react, the spider silk quickly retracted, bringing the fierce man along with it to the side of the 5 poisoned giant spider's mouth. Boss, save me. Save! He didn't even have the time to finish speaking when the 5 venom spider's mouth that was like a guillotine bit down fiercely, and its sharp teeth that were like man-eating flowers instantly tore open the bandit's stomach. Blood sprayed everywhere, internal organs flew, and bits of flesh scattered everywhere. An incomparably shrill scream came from the man's mouth. His hands and feet clawed wildly as he struggled desperately. In an instant, he died on the spot. Crack! Chapter 42. Crack! In the blink of an eye, an unlucky bandit was bitten in half from the middle by the 5 poisoned giant spider. Pieces of flesh and broken internal organs were scattered everywhere. The bloody and cruel scene was truly a ghastly sight. However, the bald man, Scarface, and the other bandits did not have much anger on their faces as they watched their companions die without a complete corpse. This was not the first time something like this had happened. They had seen even more terrifying scenes in the past. The bald man quickly calmed himself down and scolded sternly, "Throw the thunderbolt beads into that beast's mouth?" "Yes!" Everyone responded and immediately took out several Longan-sized steel beads. Swoosh, swoosh! A sinister glint flashed in everyone's eyes. One by one, they threw the thunderbolt beads in their hands into the 5 poisoned giant spider's mouth. Because the 5 poisoned giant spider's back and abdomen were full of barbed iron chains, its movement was restricted and it could not dodge. One after another, the thunderbolt beads exploded next to the 5 poisoned giant spider's mouth. The thunderbolt beads were tools that were filled with gunpowder in an extremely small space. When they were thrown, they were injected with primordial chi. Under the pressure of primordial chi, the gunpowder inside would instantly detonate. Its power was concentrated and it was easy to carry around. This kind of tool was often used by people who hunted monsters. Boom! Bang! Violent explosions kept exploding next to the 5 poisons giant spider's mouth. Dust and smoke filled the air and sparks flew everywhere. The rocks and branches on the ground were blown away. All of you better be more accurate. If anyone accidentally destroys the blood rose crystal lotus, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. While the bald man was giving instructions, he also paid attention to the blood crystal lotus. Fortunately, the blood crystal lotus was a little far from the 5 poisons giant spider. Coupled with the fact that the power of the thunderbolt beads was concentrated, the blood crystal lotus was not damaged by the shockwave. Screech! The 5 poisons giant spider kept struggling. Dark green blood kept flowing out of the wound on its abdomen. After a series of indiscriminate attacks, the bandits' thunderbolt beads were also used up. The smoke and dust dispersed, and when they looked at the 5 poisons giant spider again, half of its mouth had been blown up. The guillotine-like pincers were blown apart, looking like a man-eating flower with its mouth wide open. All kinds of disgusting mucus flowed out from it. Hee, your beastly mouth is gone. Let's see how you can bite people now. The bald man smiled complacently. His eyes were filled with malice. Hee. However, as a level 4 great demon beast, how could the 5 poisons giant spider be defeated so easily? Accompanied by a terrifying screech, the back of the 5 poisons giant spider's abdomen suddenly caved in. Then a bowl-sized hole appeared in the cavity. The next moment, something that made one's scalp go numb happened. Countless tiny black dots crawled out of the hole. Upon closer inspection, these tiny black dots were actually tiny spiders the size of mung beans. Tens of thousands of baby spiders were like an ant's nest that had been flooded. Densely packed little spiders surged out and darted toward the bandits along the iron chains. Damn it! The bandits' expressions changed drastically. They subconsciously shook off the iron chains in their hands and quickly retreated. However, there were still 2 bandits who did not react in time. Countless baby spiders climbed up their arms along the iron chains and then bit down with their tiny sharp teeth. Such small baby spiders, it was understandable that they would be bitten a few times. At most, it would be no different from an ant's bite. However, that was not the case. Intense pain instantly spread through every nerve of the bitten person. Even though they were baby spiders of the 5 poisons giant spider, their toxicity was still extremely terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that more and more baby spiders climbed up the 2 men's bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 2 bandits' bodies were covered with tiny spiders, along with extremely shrill screams. Their flesh and blood were devoured in an instant. In an instant, they had turned into 2 sets of bones. What was worse was that the bandits released the iron chains. Without the iron chains binding the 5 poisons giant spider, it regained its ability to move. Boss, let's retreat. Scarface said solemnly. What are you afraid of? Now that 3 are dead, won't we get an extra share of the primordial crystals from the blood rose crystal lotus? The bald man laughed sinisterly. What? Before the rest of them could react, the bald man took out 3 gray balls. Cover your noses and mouths. After saying that, the bald man threw the gray balls in his hands at the oncoming 5 poisons giant spider. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive dull explosions sounded. The 3 gray balls exploded like the previous thunderbolt beads, but what came out was a puff of pink smoke. In an instant, a strange fragrance rose in the air. Wherever the pink smoke went, all the baby spiders suddenly became motionless and lost their vitality. As for the 5 poisons giant spider, it staggered and stopped moving as if it was drunk. The 5 poisons giant spider's broken and hideous mouth kept moving letting out angry screams. But this sound was obviously much weaker. Scarface, the short man, and the others all widened their eyes, their faces filled with great surprise. After the smoke dissipated, Scarface could not help but blurt out, "Boss, this is?" "Ha! A smoke made from the powder of the soul-departing butterfly," the bald man said proudly with a face full of smiles. "Even if a spirit beast breathes in the powder of the soul-departing butterfly, it will temporarily fall into paralysis, let alone a level 4 great demon." "Boss, why didn't you take such a good thing out earlier?" the short man asked. "Humph, this thing is very expensive. I don't want to use it unless it's the last resort." The bald man glanced at his 3 companions who were already dead. He then pointed at the 5 poisons giant spider and said, "First, chop off this animal's legs. Later, we'll take out its poison sac. That's worth a lot of money." "Okay, remember, don't kill it first. If it dies first, the poison sac's toxicity will be reduced, and the price will be greatly reduced. After that, there will be beast cores." "Understood, boss." The few of them immediately charged at the 5 poisons giant spider fiercely. The powder of the soul-departing butterfly was indeed powerful. The 5 poisons giant spider was powerless and had already become a fish on the chopping board. Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but narrow his eyes as he watched the 5 poisons giant spiders' leg gradually being cut off. These bandits are really capable of using all kinds of techniques. Even a level 4 demonic beast was defeated. At this moment, the bald man was already walking toward the blood rose crystal lotus. A light flickered in Chu Hen's eyes, but just as he was about to move, Chu Hen suddenly stopped. He raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself with great interest, "Hey, there's actually an aureole!" Whoosh! Just as the bandits were about to get busy, a rapid, wind-breaking force attacked them. What followed was a mocking and complacent laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Thank you for helping us get rid of this 5 poisons giant spider. I'm very grateful." What? Hearing this voice, everyone's heart couldn't help but be startled. The bald man, the scarred man, and the others all clenched their fists and looked toward the source of the voice anxiously. They saw 3 young figures standing on the branches of a towering tree in front of them. The 3 figures were 2 men and 1 woman, and they all seemed to be 17 or 18 years old. The one who had just spoken was the young man standing in the middle. The 3 of them had playful and mocking expressions on their faces. Where did these little bastards come from? Scram as far as you can. The scarred man shouted angrily. Hee, don't be nervous, everyone. Don't be so rude. It's too unpleasant. The middle-aged man smiled majestically, and his whole body emitted a heroic aura. Humph! On the left was a delicate-looking young lady with curved eyebrows and a pair of big, watery eyes. The young lady snorted disdainfully and said, "They're just a bunch of heinous bandits. Why are we talking so much nonsense with them? Just kill them." Junior Sister Shinwen is right. The young man in a green robe, standing on the right, smiled frivolously. "Humph, you're courting death." Flames of fury gushed out from the scar-faced man's eyes. In the next instant, he directly leapt up, setting off a ferocious aura as he charged towards the 3 of them. The large blade in his hand blossomed with a dazzling radiance under the lingering true yuan. "All of you die." Humph! The green-robed man on the far right sneered. He leaped up and swooped down with the agility of a cheetah. As he moved, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Hiss! The sword flashed and stung the eyes. Along with the sound of the air being torn apart, the scarred man's pupils were filled with fear and panic. I won't be sending you off." The man in green robe smiled lightly. Hiss! Blood rained down and internal organs flew everywhere. The swift and fierce sword aura directly split the scarred man into 2 halves. Scarlet blood wantonly filled the air. He died in an instant, and he didn't even have the chance to scream. "Second brother, Second brother. The bald man and the short man's expressions changed dramatically. Their faces were filled with endless anger and fear. These three people had great backgrounds and were not as simple as they had imagined. Chapter 43. Hee, in order to thank you for leading us to the blood crystal lotus, we've decided to send you on your way. The azure-clothed man had a playful smile on his face. The expressions of the bald man, the short man, and the other bandits changed drastically. Endless anger and shock surged on their faces. Killed by a single slash, the scar-faced man, who was ranked second among the bandits, was sliced in half by the opponent's sword. He did not even have the chance to scream before he died on the spot. These three young men and women who were less than 20 years old were not to be trifled with. Humph! If it wasn't for the blood crystal lotus, how could you have survived until now? Die! Without another word, the azure-clothed man charged forward with his sword in hand. The bandits immediately went up to meet him. Little bastard, don't be too arrogant, the short man roared angrily. Huh! The azure-clothed man smiled disdainfully. The sword in his hand made a crisp, vibrating sound, and the sword was so fast that it looked like a phantom. Hiss! The short man only felt a piercing pain in his eyes. In the next instant, an intense pain spread from his right shoulder to his entire body like a tide. Along with a rain of blood, half of the man's shoulder was chopped off. The short man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper. A painful scream was still brewing in his throat when the sword flashed, and the man's head was immediately separated from his neck. Scarlet blood spurted out like a fountain. The azure-clothed man's expression did not change at all after killing two people in a row. Moreover, he did not have any intention of stopping. He continued to slaughter the remaining bandits. Screams rang out, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Shang Zai's swordsmanship has improved a lot. On the branches of the towering tree, the handsome young man smiled with great interest. The delicate woman beside him also smiled, and her eyes subconsciously swept in the direction of the blood crystal lotus. Oh no! The blood crystal lotus and the bald bandit are gone. The young man beside him narrowed his eyes, only to see that the bald man who was originally standing there had disappeared without a trace. The blood crystal lotus had also been taken. It turned out that from the very beginning, the bald man had seen that the situation was far from good, and had sneakily escaped with the blood rose crystal lotus. As for his own group of brothers, all of them were abandoned without a care. Humph, you run pretty fast. The handsome young man clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Xinwen, let's go after them first. Shang Zai alone is enough. All right, Senior Lin Hai. After saying that, the two of them jumped down from the tree one after the other and quickly chased in a direction in the jungle. Damn those three bastards. At this moment, the bald man was fleeing through the jungle at his fastest speed. It did not cross their minds that someone would follow behind them and act as the aureole. Every man for himself, and heaven and earth would destroy him. In this situation, he could only abandon his companions and escape alone with the blood gem crystal lotus. But this is also good. The high-grade, primal crystal stones obtained from the blood crystal lotus transaction will be mine alone. When the bald man thought of this, he could not help but smile sinisterly. It's too early for you to be happy. Suddenly, a mocking voice resonated from the front. What? The bald man was shocked. Before he could react, a huge tree in front of him suddenly split open from the middle with a loud bang. Along with splinters of wood, a sharp black spear tore through the air and attacked from the back of the tree with an unstoppable force. Hiss! A series of blood splattered in the air as the sharp black spear directly pierced the bald bandit's throat. The tip of the spear that was stained with blood came out from the back of the bandit's neck. This spear was clean and decisive, and it killed with a single strike. The bald bandit's eyes were wide open, and blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. A handsome young man's face was reflected in those pupils that were about to pop out of their sockets. "I won't send you off." Hiss! With a flick of his palm, Chu Hen pulled out the shadow spear, and the bald bandit fell powerlessly to the ground like a pile of mud. When it came to such vicious and evil bandits, killing them was killing them. Chu Hen did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for him. Then he squatted down and took a storage ring from the bandit's hand and probed it with his consciousness. After confirming that the blood gem crystal lotus was hidden inside, a knowing smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. "Ha! A bandit leader like you has collected quite a lot of good things. Thank you for your gift." Immediately, Chu Hen generously put the bandit's storage ring into his own storage ring. At this moment, Chu Hen clearly sensed that two auras were quickly heading in his direction. This was not a place to stay for long. Without any delay, Chu Hen turned around and left, disappearing into the depths of the jungle in the blink of an eye. Over there! Not long after Chu Hen left, Lin Hai and Xenwen, who had chased after the bald bandit, arrived. When they saw the bald bandit's corpse on the ground, they could not help but look at each other and read the surprise in each other's eyes. Swoosh! At the same time, another fierce figure arrived, one after another. It was the green-clothed man who had tortured and killed all the bandits, Shang Zhe. "What's going on? Did you get the blood gem crystal lotus?" Shang Zhe asked. Xianwen shook her head, a hint of confusion surging in her beautiful eyes. Lin Hai, on the other hand, walked to the bald bandit's corpse and roughly examined the wound. He stood up and said a fatal blow. "It seems that there's another Oriole besides us." A cold light flashed in Shang Zhe's eyes, and a piercingly cold killing intent quietly spread. "I don't care who the Oriole is. Since he dares to use our people, we definitely won't let him escape." The three of them nodded in unison. They immediately identified the footprints on the ground and roughly determined the direction the bandit had escaped in. Then they quickly chased after him, in the dark and damp forest. At this moment, there was a scene of "you chase me, I chase you." The mantis pounces on the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Chu Hen acted as the fisherman for once and smoothly took the blood rose crystal lotus into his bag. However, it was not so easy to be the Oriole, and a new danger followed. It was obvious that the three people behind him were quite experienced in tracking in the forest. It would be difficult to shake them off in such a short time. These three people are very strong. If I fight them head-on, I have no chance of winning. Chu Hen thought to himself, and a hint of seriousness surged in between his brows. The green-clothed man who attacked just now had a cultivation base of at least the second level of the element opening stage, maybe even higher. The other two must be similar. With such a lineup, Chu Hen did not even need to think about it. He had no other choice but to run. "I can't go on like this. It's only a matter of time before they catch up." Chu Hen could not help but feel a little anxious. Could it be that he had to hand over the blood gem, crystal lotus? Just as Chu Hen was deep in thought, a gray demonic beast suddenly appeared in front of him from the bushes in front of him. It was a gray-furred monkey, about the size of a 15 or 16-year-old human, with sharp claws on its hands and feet. Gray-furred spirit monkey, a 7th-level demonic beast. Chu Hen's heart lit up, and an evil smile immediately appeared on his face. That guy changed his direction. Xianwen, who was among the three people chasing behind, said. Lin Hai and Shang Zhe also nodded. Looking at the footprints on the ground and on the branches, they could clearly determine the other party's escape route. Let's see how long he can run for. A cold light flashed in Shang Zhe's eyes, and he once again increased his speed. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a figure jumping up and down in the forest entered the sight of the three people. Humph! We finally found this bastard. Let's see where you can run to now. Shang Zhe took the lead and flew up and shouted in a deep voice, "If you don't want to die, stop right now." The other party ignored him and continued to rush forward. You asked for it. Shan Zai's face turned cold, and a sharp long sword immediately appeared in his hand. The surging power of true essence was released, and with a thought the sword immediately flew out from Shan Zai's hand with a xiao sound. It dragged out a powerful wave of qi in the air and directly hit the figure. Hiss! The sharp sword forcibly pierced through the figure's body, and a miserable and strange cry sounded. Shan Zai, beautifully done. Xian when praised. Shan Zai's face revealed a proud smile. However, when the three people arrived in front of him and took a closer look, they were all stunned. They saw a gray-furred monkey lying on the ground, and this gray-furred monkey was wearing human clothes, and on its feet were human shoes. How can this be? Xian Wen and Lin Hai looked at each other, and when they calmed down, they saw that the end of the gray-furred monkey's tail was actually burnt, and they could faintly smell a burnt smell. So that's how it is. Lin Hai let out a deep breath. He was both annoyed and impressed. What a good cicada-shedding carapace trick! We were all tricked. It turned out that the three people had been chasing a monkey since some time ago. That person forced his clothes and shoes on the gray-furred monkey, and then used fire to burn the monkey's tail. Once the tail was on fire, the monkey immediately jumped up and down in pain and ran in all directions. This move could not be said to be not clever. It was really unimaginable. Damn bastard! Shan Zai's fists were clenched so hard that they made cracking sounds, and his face was so cold as if covered with a layer of frost. I will definitely not let him go like this. If I don't get the blood crystal lotus back, I, Shan Zai, will not rest. At this moment, Chu Hen, who had changed into a new pair of shoes and clothes, had already changed to another route to leave. Thinking of the three people's expressions when they saw that the person they were chasing was a gray-furred monkey, Chu Hen could not help but smile faintly. I wonder which higher education institution these three people are from? Forget it, it's better for me to leave. Chapter 44. After some time, Chu Hen successfully obtained the blood ruby crystal lotus. The process was even more unexpected than he had imagined. Even Chu Hen himself did not expect it to be so easy. Of course, only Chu Hen would dare to mess around like this. If it were any other channel opening stage 9 wuxiu, they would definitely not dare to do this. Take the spear that killed the bald bandit, for example. It was clean and neat. Although the bandit was distracted in the process of escaping, he was still a channel opening stage 2 cultivator. If the spear had been slightly slower, it might not have been able to kill him in one shot. However, Chu Hen did not hesitate and sent the shadow spear into the bandit's throat. Then he used the golden cicada shedding shell, which made the people who were chasing after him secretly exclaim. Therefore, the reason why Chu Hen was able to obtain the crimson blood crystal lotus was because of his extraordinary courage and intelligence. However, for Chu Hen, who had come to the Boneless Mountain Range for the first time, there was still a problem. Did I go the wrong way again? Looking at the deep, dark forest in front of him, Chu Hen could not help but frown. He had already been walking around in this forest for a long time, but he could not tell which direction he was in. Moreover, the forest was filled with all kinds of smoke. Towards the end, Chu Hen could not even tell which direction he was in. Looks like my luck is not as good as I thought. Chu Hen carried the shadow spear on his back and constantly paid attention to the movements around him. There was a hint of caution between his brows. The surrounding environment was somewhat different from the outside. It was very quiet here, and the trees were much taller than the outside. At a glance, there was not even a small beast or bird in sight. This meant that there was a high chance that there would be stronger beasts nearby. It's better to leave as soon as possible, Chu Hen thought to himself. However, he was troubled as to which way was the way back. Suddenly, through a gap in the forest ahead, the side of a huge mountain appeared in his line of sight. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, thinking that he could climb to the top of the mountain to take a look. After all, the higher one was the farther they could see. Even if they couldn't find the exit, they could roughly determine their current location. Chu Hen immediately rushed forward. Since he was high up, it was easy for him to expose himself. In order to avoid being attacked by the demon beasts and being found by the 3 people who were tracking him, Chu Hen was especially careful as he moved towards the top of the mountain. He tried his best to move forward under the cover of the bushes and vegetation. After spending a lot of time, Chu Hen successfully reached the top of the mountain. Before he had the time to check his current location, an incomparably violent energy wave assaulted him. The airflow was incomparably chaotic, and even the ground was faintly shaking. Woo! What followed was a loud and clear howl that shook the heavens. As soon as the wolf howled, all the demonic beasts within a radius of several thousand meters prostrated themselves on the ground. The birds, beasts, and birds fled in flocks. Chu Hen was shocked and hurriedly threw himself to the ground. His right hand gripped the shadow spear tightly, and his face was solemn. An invisible fear rose up like a tide, and his back began to turn cold. Not good. I've been discovered by the demonic beasts. Boom, boom! Before Chu Hen could react to what had happened, an even more intense collision of energy once again exploded in the sky. Chu Hen furrowed his brows and looked up. He saw that in front of the mountain was a valley, and the valley was filled with water that formed a lake. And in the area above the lake, there was a fierce battle. This battle was actually between a human and a demonic beast. From where Chu Hen was, he could clearly see the situation above the lake in front of him. He saw that the appearance of the demonic beast was that of a wolf. Its body was more than 10 meters wide, and it wasn't particularly large. However, its entire body was as white as snow, without a single strand of mixed hair. There was only a cluster of blue patterns in the center of its forehead. The patterns were in the shape of snowflakes, special and mysterious. There were sharp barbs on the white wolf's neck, and there was a pair of similarly white wings on its back. Ice Moon Devil Wolf. Chu Hen's expression changed again, and his eyes were full of fear and solemnity as he looked at the white wolf. Chu Hen, who grew up in the general's mansion, knew a lot about the species of demonic beasts. He recognized the white wolf in front of him as an Ice Moon Devil Wolf at first glance. However, what shocked Chu Hen was that this Ice Moon Devil Wolf was a beast king, and its strength was equivalent to a void-piercing realm powerhouse. In the Sacred Star Dynasty, Wu Xiao, who had a cultivation base of core transformation realm, could be considered as an expert. However, the number of experts who had the strength of void-piercing realm could be counted on one's fingers, and all of them were well-known figures. Chu Hen never thought that there would be a battle of this level here. However, what shocked Chu Hen even more was that the one fighting the Ice Moon Devil Wolf was actually a woman, and a young and beautiful woman at that. The young woman was dressed in gorgeous clothes, and her long hair was tied up high, showing a graceful and luxurious temperament. There were no flaws in her exquisite facial features. Her eyebrows were raised, and her skin was fair. She was beautiful and noble. While Chu Hen was secretly surprised by her beauty, he was even more surprised that she had such a powerful cultivation base at such a young age. The Sacred Star Dynasty was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was much more complicated than he had imagined. The woman held a sword in her hand. The shape of the sword was special, and the connection between the hilt and the blade was in a spiral shape. The edge of the sword was swallowing and emitting a dazzling silver light. It was obviously not an ordinary weapon. Howl! The long howl of the Ice Moon Devil Wolf shook all directions, emitting the aura of the King of Beasts. Facing the fierce attack of the Ice Moon Devil Wolf, the woman was calm, and there was not a trace of fear on her pretty face. Bang! The sword and the claw clashed, and the Ice Moon Devil Wolf had the upper hand in terms of strength. The wings on its back flapped, and the airflow became chaotic. Wind and thunder rolled, setting off a huge, majestic force. As she retreated, the young woman's beautiful eyes had a slight ripple. She condensed her palm, and the sharp sword immediately bloomed with a silver light. Buzz, buzz, restless energy waves were released from the body of the sword, and the bright silver light was like the essence power extracted from the bright moon holy light. The woman raised her wrist and slashed at the ice moon devil wolf. Swoosh! In the next moment, a silver sword light that was more than 100 meters long traversed the void. The incomparably powerful sword shadow was like a divine light that could trace back thousands of years, sweeping out with a power that could destroy everything. In an instant, it was as if the heaven and earth had dimmed a little. Howl! At the same time, the eyes of the ice moon devil wolf revealed an ominous glint. It opened its huge mouth that was full of sharp fangs and raised its head to the sky. An astonishing surging flame rose from the body of the ice moon devil wolf, and the spiritual power between heaven and earth rapidly gathered at the side of its mouth. A thick white cyclone condensed together in a spiral, and in a blink of an eye it turned into an energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Boom! The ice moon devil wolf opened its mouth and spat out the energy ball. The huge energy ball was like a meteorite that flew from the sky. It collided with the silver sword shadow head-on. Bang! Chapter 45. Boom! When the heaven and earth spiritual energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters met with the silver sword light that was more than 100 meters long, a destructive power erupted in an instant, and the sky immediately became incomparably chaotic. Ripples of vigorous energy waves burst out wantonly. The dazzling silver and golden lights were like blooming fireworks. The sky quietly changed color, and the lake in the area below was shaking incessantly. Layer after layer of waves soared into the sky. The chaotic scene was like a raging tsunami, shaking in all directions. Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the battle scene in front of him with a face full of shock. Was this the power of a beast king and a void-piercing realm powerhouse? It was simply frightening. Chu Hen did not doubt that if he was a little closer to the battle scene in front of him, the aftermath of the collision of power would be enough to cause a destructive impact on him. Even if he was lying there, Chu Hen felt that the blood flow throughout his body was boiling and speeding up. This kind of battle, for Chu Hen, who had just left Flame Rain City and had yet to come into contact with the big scenes of the outside world, could simply be called a feast for the eyes. Even though he had previously heard how terrifying the strength of a void-piercing realm powerhouse was, until he saw it with his own eyes, it was completely different from what he had heard. Bang! Violent explosions constantly collided and intertwined in the void. The Ice Moon Devil Wolf fully displayed its might as the king of beasts. The huge wings on its back flapped, and it moved as fast as lightning. Indistinct bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. The beautiful eyes of the young woman holding the silver sword slightly narrowed, and a faint solemnity appeared on her pretty face. I didn't expect this Ice Moon Demon Wolf to be so difficult to deal with. It seems that I can only use that move. The woman's red lips opened slightly, and she softly muttered to herself. Woo! However, the Ice Moon Demon Wolf suddenly increased its speed and flew to the area above the young woman. Its huge mouth that was full of fangs opened once again, and in the next moment, a torrent-like white light surged out, covering the sky and the earth, and attacked the other party. In an instant, the temperature between the heavens and the earth suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Bursts of bone-piercing cold air filled the air, and even the circulation of true essence faintly slowed down. The young woman's expression changed slightly, but she did not dare to be careless. Then his figure moved, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void as he rapidly retreated to the back. Boom! Boundless white light immediately rushed into the lake below. In the blink of an eye, the entire lake fell into a state of deathly stillness. The lake water that was over a kilometer wide instantly froze into ice. A thick layer of ice covered the entire lake. Seeing this scene, Chu Hen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Ice Moon Demon Wolf strength was so overbearing that Chu Hen couldn't help but feel somewhat worried for the young girl. However, there was not much panic on the young woman's face. Soon after, an incomparably powerful aura was released from her body. At the same time, the true origin power that lingered around her immediately turned into a brilliant rainbow. The resplendent rainbow seemed to be extracted from the essence of the rainbow, and the airflow between the heavens and the earth became even more chaotic. The young woman's lily-white hand moved slightly, and wisps of rainbow light that were like rapidly growing colorful vines immediately climbed onto the sword in her hand. Buzz, buzz, the sword shone brightly, and the power that covered it was as powerful as the rising flames of a sacred flame. Sword of phoenix wings, annihilation, slash. The young woman shouted coldly. Screech! Suddenly, a loud and clear phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens, and only a rainbow-colored afterimage flew out from the young woman's sword. In the process of moving, the afterimage constantly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, a 300-meter-wide phoenix afterimage astonishingly appeared between the heavens and the earth. Although it was only an afterimage, the majestic aura that the phoenix exuded was especially clear and intense. At the same time, it also had an endless aura of destruction that could not be resisted. Woo! The devil ice moon wolf revealed an ominous glint, and the wolf's eyes, which flickered with a fierce light, were filled with human-like anger. At the same time, the blue snowflake pattern in the center of the devil ice moon wolf's forehead flickered with a strange luster, and there were complex runes surging in the pattern. At the same time, a terrifying blue light erupted from the devil ice moon wolf's body. Buzz! But it was also at this moment that the phoenix image suddenly sped up. 1 second before the peerlessly powerful phoenix image arrived in front of the demonic ice moon wolf, the image instantly transformed into a shocking sword image that shone with a dazzling brilliance. Bang! The extremely destructive and lethality of the sword afterimage was unstoppable, and it forcibly broke through the devil ice moon wolf's defense. The blue light condensed outside the devil ice moon wolf's body was directly torn open, and the terrifying sword afterimage subsequently broke through the devil ice moon wolf's body. Hiss! A bloody wound could be seen extending from the devil ice moon wolf's neck to its abdomen, and the sky was filled with blood that wantonly fluttered in the air. Beautiful! Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, secretly nodded and expressed his admiration. Woo! However, just when Chu Hen was certain that the battle was about to end, the demonic ice moon wolf once again let out an incomparably furious roar. This roar, however, gave people a trembling feeling that originated from the depths of their souls. The blue pattern in the center of the devil ice moon wolf's forehead blossomed with resplendent runes. A huge wave of energy caused the heaven and earth to shake. Boom! In the next moment, a dazzling blue light beam fell from the sky, straight down and straight through the young woman. The speed of the blue light beam was extremely fast, and the young woman's complexion changed. She couldn't dodge in time, and she was directly hit by the light beam. The young woman's delicate body trembled violently, and the primordial chi circulating in her body was instantly suppressed. What was even worse was that a bone-chilling cold entered her 8 extraordinary meridians. Not only did the circulation of primordial chi become abnormally slow, but even the movement of her limbs was also restricted. Swish! Immediately after, the young woman uncontrollably flashed down from the sky, and she half knelt on the lake that was covered with a layer of ice. The devil ice moon wolf, which had suffered a heavy blow, also landed and confronted the young woman head-on. The fierce battle had ended in a lose-lose outcome. Although the young woman's sword had severely injured the devil ice moon wolf, she had also suffered from the opponent's all-out attack. The young woman used her sword to press against the ice and tried to stand up, but it ended in failure. Strands of blue light lingered around the young woman's body, and what was even more astonishing was that her white skin was faintly covered with a layer of fine ice crystal frost. She had underestimated the devil ice moon wolf's power. The young woman frowned slightly, and her silver teeth bit her red lips. She continuously immobilized the primordial qi in her body and expelled the primordial qi in her body. But, in reality, she didn't have much time left. Awu! The devil ice moon wolf let out a deep roar, and it slowly moved its feet, and its eyes revealed an ominous glint as it approached. The devil ice moon wolf used the cold energy to temporarily freeze the wound, and the blood quickly stopped flowing. However, the wolf's originally snow-white fur was dyed bright red by the fresh blood. The devil ice moon wolf bared its teeth, and its ferocious appearance was revealed. Its sharp fangs flickered with a penetrating cold light. Obviously, what awaited the young woman was a great crisis. Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. He originally thought that the devil ice moon wolf would definitely lose, but he didn't expect it to turn the tables in the end. A beast king, level demonic, beast, really wasn't easy to deal with. With regards to the devil ice moon wolf, Chu Hen had a certain level of understanding. Its most powerful ability was its primordial ice-cold energy. Once one was injured by its cold energy, the 8 extraordinary meridians in the body would be eroded, and if the cold energy wasn't expelled, the person would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Although the young woman had used her powerful cultivation to suppress the cold energy in her body, it was impossible for her to recover in a short period of time. What should I do? Should he let her die in the mouth of the devil ice moon wolf? Chu Hen fell into deep thought. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely run as far as he could in such a situation, regardless of whether it was a beast king or a void-piercing realm powerhouse. Killing him would be like pinching an ant to death. However, the devil ice moon wolf was now like an arrow at the end of its flight, and it could be seen from the way it was staggering. Even so, with Chu Hen's strength at the 9th level of the channel opening realm, he might not even be able to break the opponent's defense. If he didn't handle it well, he might even lose his life. There was no time to consider. Seeing the devil ice moon wolf getting closer and closer to the young woman, Chu Hen clenched his fists, and a demonic purple light appeared in his pitch-black eyes. I can only give it a try. On the frozen surface of the lake, the elegant young woman's beautiful eyes were faintly filled with anxiety. Her beautiful face showed a trace of paleness, and any man would not bear to hurt her. However, a demonic beast was still a demonic beast. In the eyes of the devil ice moon wolf, anyone who angered it must die. Roar! The deep roar was filled with the aura of death. The devil ice moon wolf opened its sinister mouth and directly pounced on the other party. The young woman's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, as if she saw the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. Ray of Nirvana! Suddenly, a heavy, reprimanding voice sounded. Swoosh, swoosh! Along with a rapid, wind-breaking momentum, the 2 purple beams of light were like flowing lights that traversed the night sky, sweeping up a piercingly cold might as they flew over. The target of these 2 purple light beams was actually the left eye of the devil ice moon wolf. The sudden attack left the devil ice moon wolf no time to defend. Hiss! Chapter 46. Hiss! At this critical moment, 2 beams of purple light shot towards the left eye of the ice moon demon wolf, like flowing lights that traversed the dark night sky with a bitingly cold might. A series of blood splattered in the air. The elegant and beautiful woman's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and her pretty face was filled with astonishment. Woo! However, the 2 beams of light did not truly injure the ice moon demon wolf's left eye. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the ice moon demonic wolf closed its eyes, and the 2 purple light beams slashed open 2 long and narrow wounds on its left eyelid. A beast king, level demonic beast, had extraordinary defensive power. The fact that the 2 beams of purple light could cut the ice moon demon wolf's eyelid was enough to make people gasp in surprise. Stupid dog, watch my spear! Without waiting for the young woman and the ice moon demon wolf to react, a young figure quickly rushed over. Chu Hen leaped up and the shadow spear in his hand swallowed and spat out a dense black light. Buzz, buzz. The incomparably restless energy fluctuations caused the surrounding air to become abnormally chaotic. This spear strike gathered all of Chu-Hen's chi, and its target was still the Ice Moon Demon Wolf's left eye. Hiss! The sharp sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh was sharp and ear-piercing. The shadow spear was deeply embedded in the Ice Moon Demon Wolf's left eyelid. Scarlet blood burst out, and the Ice Moon Demon Wolf let out an extremely angry roar. Roar! A wolf howl that could make one's soul tremble soared into the sky, and huge Beast King aura burst out. The blue pattern in the center of its forehead once again blossomed with an incomparably dazzling light. Immediately after, a circle of thick blue chi swept out from the Ice Moon Demon Wolf in all directions. Bang! Chu-Hen was directly sent flying by this chi wave. His palm felt like it was about to crack, and his arm trembled violently. However, he was not even able to pull out the shadow spear. Chu-Hen landed on the ice and looked at the Ice Moon Demon Wolf that had already gone berserk. His expression suddenly changed. To provoke the Ice Moon Demon Wolf with just his channel opening stage strength, it was really like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. What was even more shocking was that when the Frost Moon Demonic Wolf opened its left eye, its eyeball was still intact. It was obvious that the radiance of nirvanic extermination and the full-powered spear attack had not even been able to pierce through his opponent's eyelids. This guy is so King scary. Chu-Hen cursed inwardly. There was only one thought in his mind. Go! Immediately, Chu-Hen hurriedly turned around and rushed to the young woman's side with his fastest speed. He supported her shoulders. The cold energy of the Ice Moon Demonic Wolf still remained in the young woman's body. As soon as Chu-Hen touched his opponent's body, he felt as if an icicle had pierced into his flesh. Hiss! Chu-Hen frowned and subconsciously withdrew his arm. Can you walk by yourself? However, the elegant and beautiful woman still didn't seem to be able to react. Her delicate eyes were filled with astonishment. Damn it, there's no time. Chu-Hen clenched his teeth and hardened his heart. He immediately covered his hands with his primordial chi to resist the cold energy. He directly grabbed her slender waist and began to run. Just like that, she was suddenly grabbed by the waist by a strange man. The beautiful woman frowned slightly, her almond-shaped eyes widened, and her red lips opened slightly. Who are you? Now is not the time to talk about this. Chu-Hen could already feel the Ice Moon Demonic Wolf behind him getting angrier. In his mind, he could even imagine its ferocious appearance with bloodthirsty red eyes. You're really brave. You dare to make a move with just this little strength? The beautiful woman casually said. How would I know that stupid dog is so powerful? I'm saving you now. If it catches up later, I can only abandon you and run for my life. You! The beautiful woman was slightly angry, but she was annoyed and amused by Chu-Hen's words. Roar! However, the Ice Moon Demonic Wolf didn't seem to have the intention to chase after the two. The blue pattern in the center of its forehead became brighter, and a variety of complex and mysterious runes gathered in front of it. It was obvious that the Ice Moon Demonic Wolf didn't intend to chase after the two. Instead, it wanted to directly kill them. Buzz, buzz, with the Ice Moon Demonic Wolf as the center, a surging vortex of power rotated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the gorgeous blue runes condensed into a ball of flowing light in midair. The Ice Moon Demonic Wolf opened its mouth and raised its head in a long howl. In an instant, the ball of flowing light seemed to have received an extremely strong impetus, and it burst out at the speed of a meteor. Rumble! An endless aura invaded, and with the Ice Moon Demonic Wolf's feet as the starting point, the layer of ice on the lake's surface shattered inch by inch. The terrifying destructive power was like a meteor that traversed the sky, chasing after Chu-Hen and the beautiful woman. The airflow was chaotic, and ice fragments flew everywhere. F***CK. Chu Hen's complexion changed greatly. This ice moon demonic wolf was unexpectedly able to display such a terrifying power. It's over. This time, they're definitely dead. At this moment, the beautiful woman suddenly stretched out her white lily-white hand and grabbed Chu Hen's shoulder. In the next moment, a bright and colorful intertwining light was released from the woman's body, and this colorful light also enveloped Chu Hen. Boom! The incomparably powerful forces converged together, and this kind of vibration was comparable to the unexpected collision between a meteorite and a raging tsunami. The earth shook and the sky turned dark. The huge lake was violently restless, and the thick layer of ice that covered the surface of the water collapsed in an instant. Rumble! Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The lake water that had set off a sky-shaking raging tide had strangely blossomed with a gorgeous white light. The white light was like a shadow, and it was as bright as a ray of light. Strange and chaotic energy, fluctuations were released from the bottom of the lake. Then the entire lake water actually began to rotate at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, the previously ordinary lake had become mysterious, and a huge whirlpool appeared between heaven and earth. The violent and chaotic whirlpool had shrouded the entire lake. Chu Hen, the beautiful woman, and even the ice moon demonic wolf were like bees and butterflies in the middle of a tornado. In the blink of an eye, they were submerged. The sky and earth were spinning, and the wind and clouds were changing color. The mountains within a radius of more than 10 miles were faintly trembling, and the birds and beasts were frightened away. At the bottom of the lake, a dazzling white light constantly flickered, and it was strange and mysterious. This chaotic scene lasted for about 20 seconds. The lake gradually returned to its calm state, and the water droplets in the sky sprinkled down wantonly. The rising water vapor formed a shallow rainbow under the sunlight's refraction. After a while, the lake's surface became quiet again, but then with a loud rumbling sound, a circle of air ripples exploded on the surface of the water, and a large white wolf with a pair of pure white wings flew out and landed on a mountain peak. The ice moon demonic wolf's abdomen contracted and relaxed, and it seemed to be in a state of exhaustion. The wound that extended from its neck to its abdomen began to overflow with scarlet blood, and the wound on its left eyelid also slowly flowed with blood. The originally majestic and domineering ice moon demonic wolf was clearly like a drowning dog at this moment. The ice moon demonic wolf looked at the lake in front of it, and its eyes revealed a trace of fear. Woo! It immediately let out a long howl, and its figure moved, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The noisy noise kept reverberating in Chu Hen's mind, and this kind of chaotic noise seemed to be bursting his brain. When Chu Hen couldn't bear it anymore, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his consciousness returned. "You're not dead yet?" A gentle female voice entered his ears. Chu Hen was startled, and what entered his eyes was a pitch-black dusk, and the air was filled with a damp aura. He was sitting on the ground, and his back was leaning against the cool stone wall. "Where is this?" Chu Hen asked, puzzled. "I don't know." The same puzzled voice sounded again. From this voice, Chu Hen could roughly determine that the other party was not far away from him, and in the dusky environment he could faintly see a faint shadow. "What happened just now?" Chu Hen asked. Previously, Chu Hen clearly remembered that the ice moon demonic wolf released a destructive big move in a rage. With the two of them's condition at that time, they would definitely die. However, they didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Very quickly, Chu Hen recalled that at that critical moment, she seemed to have placed her hand on his shoulder. Afterwards, Chu Hen felt a strong defensive force wrap around him, and he really couldn't understand what had happened. "It was you who saved me," Chu Hen said again. "You can say that. However, it was also because you gave me some time to recover a lot of my true yuan, and in the end, I was able to block the ice moon demonic wolf's attack." "Then how are you now?" "Sigh." After a light sigh, the other party opened her mouth and said, "In order to block the Ice Moon demonic wolf's last attack, I have used up almost all of my true yuan. The ice mystic chi that I had suppressed with great difficulty has taken over my major meridians. I am trying my best to expel the cold energy from my body." Chu Hen couldn't help but frown and looked around at the unknown surroundings. He softly murmured, "I didn't think that the Beast King was so difficult to deal with. I was too careless." "So you knew that it was a Beast King?" "Yes. I thought that you didn't know. You really have some guts. You haven't even reached the elemental connection realm, but you rushed towards a Beast King level demonic beast. I reckon that you are the first in the Sacred Star Dynasty." There was a hint of a smile in her gentle voice. Chu Hen's forehead was instantly covered with black lines, and he unhappily replied, "Just take it that I am meddlesome." "Are you angry?" "I am joking. I don't have time to be angry." "All right. You are really interesting. What's your name?" "Chu Hen, what about you?" Chapter 47. In the dark and damp unknown space, Chu Hen and Xia Qing coexisted here. In such an environment, being so close to a beautiful young woman, any man would feel a little uncomfortable. Chu Hen seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat. "I think we should be under the water." Xia Qing's gentle voice broke the strange silence. "Oh." Chu Hen was startled and showed a puzzled expression. "Under the water?" "And I guess so. I think there was some kind of unknown restriction in the lake before, and when I fought with the Ice Moon Demon Wolf, the turbulence caused by the battle inadvertently triggered that layer of restriction. That's why we came here." After listening to Xia Qing's explanation, Chu Hen did not have too many doubts. The reason was very simple. Xia Qing was a void-piercing realm expert. Her cultivation was so high, and her knowledge and experience would certainly far exceed that of Chu Hen. "Then you continue to operate here to expel the cold air. I'll go check out the situation here." Chu Hen stood up and said, "Let's go together." Xia Qing also stood up. "Is it the mysterious ice-cold air in your body? It has been temporarily suppressed by me, but because it has penetrated deep into the major meridians, it can't be expelled in a short time. Let's see if we can leave here first. When we get outside, we'll think of other ways." N. Chu Hen nodded and did not say anything more. Immediately, the two found a place similar to a passageway and entered one after the other. The air was filled with the smell of soil, and the surrounding walls were very damp. From time to time, they could hear the sound of water dripping on the stone. As the two went deeper into the passageway, they slowly discovered that the deeper they went, the larger the space became. Not long after, a faint yellow halo was quietly captured by the two of them. "There's light." Chu Hen was delighted. And Xia Qing also showed some surprise, but she was more cautious and cautious. The light in front was getting stronger and stronger, and after about 100 meters or so, a strange space appeared in front of the two. "This is—" Chu Hen's handsome brows furrowed slightly. A concave building that looked like a pond appeared in front of him. The pond was square in shape, about 50 meters in length and width. A 2-meter-wide stone bridge connected to the opposite side, and the pond below the stone bridge was filled with stagnant water. This pool of stagnant water exuded a pungent, rotting smell. From afar, it looked like a pool of ink. "There's a door on the other side." Xia Qing's red lips slightly opened, and she said. Chu Hen nodded, indicating that he had also seen it. On the opposite side of the concave building, there was a wide stone platform against the bumpy and damp stone wall. On the stone wall, there was a half-open stone door. The stone door was about 2 meters tall, and it was dark inside, as if it was a dark passage that led to another world. "Are we going there?" Chu Hen inquired. His tone revealed a sense of seriousness. Xia Qing's brows twitched as she asked in a soft voice, "What else? Should we retreat?" Chu Hen was taken aback. "Retreat? Retreat where? This woman really liked to mock him. Of course, there was no real ill intent in her tone. Chu Hen could still feel that she was joking. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed as he muttered softly, "I wonder what's inside." "We'll know once we go in. I'll walk in front," Xiaqing said as she took the lead and stepped onto the stone bridge that connected the inside and outside. Chu Hen was about to say something, but she had already walked up. Then the two stepped onto the stone bridge. The sturdy stone floor supported the soles of their feet, and it was very sturdy. However, Chu Hen's heart was not particularly at ease. His attention was focused on the black water of the ink pond under the bridge. They walked through a third of the bridge in a row, and they were all safe and sound. Just as the two of them walked across the stone bridge-like path, the surface of the ink pond suddenly rippled slightly. "Be careful! Be careful!" The same two words came out of Chu Hen and Xiaqing's mouth at the same time. Whoosh! In the next moment, a blurry black shadow suddenly burst out of the black ink pond. A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. Dense chi power instantly condensed in the palm of his hand. Together with a fierce gust of wind, the powerful palm force hit the black shadow like a stormy sea. Bang! A heavy explosion sounded in the air. The black shadow was directly blown away by Chu Hen's palm and fell back into the black pond. What was that just now? As time was too short, Chu Hen could not see clearly what it was. However, then, a scene that made everyone's expression change appeared. Ji ji, jia jia. Accompanied by many strange sounds, the black water of the ink pond below became chaotic. One by one, black shadows emerged from the bottom of the water. When Chu Hen looked carefully, his pupils involuntarily shrank. These black shadows were actually demonic beasts that looked like lizards. However, what was different was that these strange things were covered with dark red scales and their backs were full of sharp thorns. At a glance, the entire ink pond was filled with such creatures. The largest was more than 2 meters, and the smallest was only the length of a chopstick. Front, back, left, and right, pairs of vertical pupils coldly stared at Chu Hen and Xiaqing. This kind of feeling was as if they were waiting for a feast. Chu Hen could not help but swallow his saliva. Is this the Blackwater monster lizard? The Blackwater monster lizard was a level 2 demonic beast. An adult Blackwater monster lizard was equivalent to a level 2 elemental realm wuxiu. At a glance, there seemed to be many adult Blackwater monster lizards. These demonic beasts liked to attack moving targets. When the target was still, it was relatively safer. However, this was only relative. No one was willing to stay in this place for long. Chu Hen did not even dare to move carelessly. Between his eyebrows, he revealed a dense seriousness. The scene in front of him could be said to be unusually troublesome. What was more helpless was that Chu Hen's only weapon, the shadow spear, was also lost outside. Fighting against these things with bare hands would definitely be a great loss. Xiaqing did not speak, but silently handed an item to the other party. Chu Hen was slightly stunned. The item that Xiaqing handed over was none other than her sword. "What is this?" "Don't say any more. I know that you lost your weapon when you were fighting against the Ice Moon Demon Wolf." Xiaqing slightly frowned and said solemnly, "We have to enter the back of that stone door in the shortest time possible. I will deal with the front. I will leave the back to you." With Xiaqing's original strength, a mere pond of Blackwater monster lizards was not a problem at all. However, the Ice Moon Demon Wolf's cold chi was too overbearing. All of Xiaqing's major meridians were invaded by the cold chi, and the circulation of her true yuan was extremely slow. It was likely that Xiaqing's current battle strength was not much higher than Chu Hen's. However, they had already reached this stage. Other than moving forward, there was no other way out. Hearing Xiaqing's words, Chu Hen was clearly startled. The other party was actually so assured that she would leave her back to him? This was out of a great trust. Only then would she leave her back to someone else. A resolute light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. I understand. That's good. Count to 3. 1, 2, 3, go! Xia Qing softly shouted. Chu Hen and the other party immediately rushed to the other side of the stone bridge at their fastest speed. However, in the next moment, the blackwater monster lizards on both sides of the stone bridge leaped up one by one. Their mouths emitted strange screeches and pounced towards the two of them. The blackwater monster, lizards of all sizes, covered the sky like an innumerable swarm of locusts. Shing! The crisp sound of metal caused the air to tremble. The sword in Chu Hen's hand blossomed with a resplendent silver light. The long sword danced, and the crisscrossed sword Qi twisted towards the monster lizards that were pouncing towards them. Hiss! The swift and fierce sword Qi was dazzling. The 4 or 5 monster lizards at the very front were directly cut into several pieces. As Xia Qing moved, she stretched out her fair and slender jade-like hand. Powerful Qi gathered and flowed in her palm. In an instant, it transformed into a blue sword Qi. This sword shadow was formed purely from the power of quintessential essence, but it gave off an unusually sharp feeling. Xia Qing raised her wrist slightly. More than 10 solid sword Qi intersected to form a beautiful sword Qi net. The sword Qi net shrouded the monster lizards with a head-on momentum. Bang, bang, bang. Along with a series of explosions, more than 10 blackwater monster lizards were forcibly crushed into pieces, exploding into clouds of blood mist. Chu Hen was secretly shocked, as expected of a void-piercing realm expert. Even though she was corroded by the Ice Moon Demon Wolf's cold Qi, the other party's strength was still astonishing. Jia Jia! Ji Ji! The blackwater monster lizards continued to launch fierce attacks. Fortunately, the ones that rushed over were the young ones that had yet to enter the mature stage. As for the adult blackwater monster lizards that were more than 2 meters in size, they were still staring at the two of them, as if waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Hiss! Fresh blood continuously danced in the air. One after another, the blackwater monster lizards were chopped into pieces under Chu Hen's sword. The pungent smell of blood filled the area. The stone bridge that they walked on was filled with the corpses of the monster lizards. Hold on a little longer. We are almost at the other side. Xia Qing opened her mouth and said. It seemed that Chu Hen was under a lot of pressure, but in fact, Xia Qing was not only enduring external dangers. After all, once she used her qi, the profound ice qi that was suppressed in her body would loosen. Xia Qing could already feel the profound ice qi in her body becoming active again. There was not much time left. Boom! At this moment, an adult blackwater monster lizard finally decided not to wait any longer. A body that was almost 3 meters long leaped out of the black water. Its ferocious and terrifying appearance was like a combination of a lizard and a crocodile, and its momentum was abnormally ferocious. An adult blackwater monster lizard was a level 2 great demon. Its overall combat ability was comparable to a level 2 elemental opening realm warrior. Xia Qing frowned. She naturally did not dare to let Chu Hen, who was only at the level 9 meridian opening realm, fight against this adult blackwater monster lizard. Xia Qing raised her lily-white hand, and with a thought, Xiao, a blue sword shadow formed by Qi flew out from her palm like an arrow released from a bow. Hiss! The powerful sword shadow swept across the sky, like a flying arrow that traveled back thousands of years, and directly pierced through the head of the adult blackwater monster lizard. Accompanied by a shrill and strange howl, the corpse of the adult blackwater monster lizard fell heavily onto the water surface, creating a splash. Hiss hiss! Chapter 48. Kiki! At the same time that Xia Qing killed an adult blackwater monster lizard, another adult blackwater monster lizard suddenly rushed out. Its ferocious attack and ferocious face made it look like a ghost from the 9 netherworlds. Xia Qing's pretty face slightly changed. Just as she was about to condense her true yuan, the incomparably restless ice mystic energy immediately broke through the suppression. The circulation of her true yuan suddenly became abnormally slow, and even her mobility was reduced. Not good. Xia Qing was secretly shocked. Great waterfall mountain, destroying palm. Bang! In the next moment, a powerful force like a mountain exploded from behind Xia Qing, accompanied by the violent turbulence caused by the wave of air. The shocking palm force firmly hit the adult black water monster lizard's body. Boom! When it was less than a meter away from Xia Qing, the black water monster lizard was directly sent flying. Its strong and sturdy body was hit until it was bent into an arc. Although this attack was not enough to kill it on the spot, it still broke many of the monster lizard's bones and internal organs. The monster lizard fell heavily into the black pond, creating a series of splashes. Xia Qing looked at Chu Hen beside her with a face of astonishment. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shallow ripples. Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows slightly raised and said with a faint smile, "Don't think too badly of me. These little lizards can still be dealt with. Little lizards?" Uff. Xia Qing could not help but laugh, but she quickly calmed her mind. This was not a place to chat. "Let's go." "Yes." Chu Hen nodded. Immediately, the two crossed the stone bridge with their fastest speed and successfully reached the stone platform on the opposite shore. Kiki, however, the crowd of blackwater monster lizards, did not stop chasing the two. One by one, ferocious black shadows jumped out of the ink pond and climbed onto the stone platform. Chu Hen glanced at the stone door on the wall behind the stone platform, then looked at Xia Qing and said, "Let's go." Without any delay, the two entered the stone door one after another. Chu Hen quickly closed the half-open stone door, and the crowd of blackwater monster lizards were immediately blocked outside. Phew! Chu Hen let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally passed this hurdle without any mishaps. "How are you? Did you lose control of your ice, Xianqi, again?" Chu Hen asked. Xia Qing's face looked rather pale. In the dim environment, there was a kind of hazy aesthetic feeling. Xia Qing shook her head. "I'm fine. Let's get out of here." Chu Hen did not say anything. The two of them carefully moved towards the back of the passageway. After walking for about a dozen meters, the two of them entered a building that looked like an underground palace. "What is this place?" Chu Hen frowned slightly, and a hint of caution surged in his eyes. Compared to the previous place, this underground palace was relatively dry and not particularly humid. The air was filled with a scorching aura. That is... Chu Hen's expression slightly changed. He saw that right above the underground palace, there was a square stone platform. The stone platform was circular and especially spacious. It was nearly 10 meters wide, and on top of the stone platform, there was actually a skeleton. This skeleton was only 2 meters tall. From the skeleton, it was obvious that it was not a human skeleton. It had a long flat head, a crocodile-like mouth full of sharp teeth for long limbs, and orderly rows of bone spurs on its back. Although it had already turned into a skeleton, the bone spurs were still abnormally sharp. "Black water monster lizard." Chu Hen blurted out. "No." Xia Qing firmly denied. "Black water monster lizards are unable to stand on their 2 legs." "Then what is it?" "Bloodhunter razorback dragon." A few gentle words came out of Xia Qing's mouth. "What? Bloodhunter razorback dragon?" As soon as these words came out, Chu Hen only felt a chill run up his back. The Bloodhunter razorback dragon was a very ancient monster. Its appearance was somewhat similar to the black water monster lizard, but the gap between the two could be described as heaven and earth. The Bloodhunter razorback dragon could walk on 2 legs. It was fierce, violent, and very bloodthirsty. It was a very dangerous king among the monsters. Fortunately, it's dead. Chu Hen once more examined the corpse of the blood-hunting razorback dragon. What he discovered was that there was a sharp, icy spear embedded in its chest. The spear had pierced through the chest of the bloodhunter razorback dragon, and countless ribs had been broken and shattered. Obviously, that was the fatal wound of the bloodhunter razorback dragon. Chu Hen's eyes involuntarily stopped on the long spear. He had an impulse to go forward and find out what was going on. "There's another skeleton there," Xia Qing suddenly said. Chu Hen was startled. He looked in the direction she was pointing, and saw that there was another skeleton lying by the wall of the underground palace. It was a human skeleton. Its back was leaning against the wall, and the bones in its chest were broken into countless pieces. "Is this the person who killed the bloodhunter razorback dragon?" Chu Hen blurted out. "The bloodhunter razorback dragon killed him too," Xia Qing added. With a lot of confusion, Chu Hen walked towards the skeleton by the wall. After some examination, he was surprised to find that there was a short dagger in the right hand of the skeleton, and next to the dagger were a few lines of writing. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, and then squatted down to examine the lines of writing. "My name is Fong Bufan, and I have been bestowed the name Demon Spear for 20 years. Today, I accidentally broke into the lair of the bloodhunter razorback dragon, and in the battle both sides lost. In vain, I roamed the world and defeated all my enemies with a cold spear. Today, I lost my life here, and I didn't deserve to be called the Demon Spear. However, I have nothing to ask for in my life, and my only regret is that I can't spread the sharpness of the Demon Slayer spear to the world. Alas! Alas! I hope that a fated person will step into this place and bring my Demon Slayer spear back to the world. In the underworld, I will be able to rest in peace with a smile." In just a few short lines, Chu Hen was able to clearly feel the solemn and stirring atmosphere within those words. Next to these words, there was a dusty scroll. On the seal of the scroll, a few vague words could be vaguely seen. The words Demon Slayer Spear were written. "I didn't expect this person to be Demon Spear Fong Bufan." Xia Qing stood next to Chu Hen. Her beautiful face was filled with shock and complicated emotions. Chu Hen nodded and took a deep breath. He said, "I've heard of Senior Fong's name when I was young. He's one of the famous 3 great spear kings. It's said that his spear technique is unique and it's flexible. He's known as the Demon Spear. 7 years ago, I heard that Senior Fong went missing, and there's no news of him since then. I didn't expect him to die here." When they were young, Long Zhan would often mention Demon Spear Fong Bufan's name to Chu Hen, Long Qingyang, and Long Xuanshuang. It was said that not only was Fong Bufan's spear technique amazing, but he was also indomitable and distinguished between good and evil. Long Zhan had always admired Fong Bufan's character. Part of the reason why Chu Hen used a spear as his weapon was because he had been influenced by Long Zhan since he was young. After a short period of silence, a bright luster flickered within Chu Hen's eyes. "Senior Fong, I'm Chu Hen. I'm fortunate enough to obtain this Demon Slayer spear. I'll definitely not let Senior's name down in the future." It was a simple sentence, without any fancy words or embellishments. It seemed like it was the will of the heavens. Xia Qing's beautiful eyes rippled, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "I believe Senior Fong can rest in peace now. I'll do my best." Chu Hen immediately cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Fong Bufan's corpse. Then he put the Demon Slayer spear scroll into his storage ring. "Senior Fong's weapon is still here," Xia Qing reminded. Chu Hen's eyes then turned to the stone platform above the underground palace, where Sharp Spear was pierced through the skeleton of the blood-hunting dragon. Without any hesitation, Chu Hen walked towards the stone platform and reached out to hold the spear. The spear was more than 2 meters long, and the spearhead was long. Its whole body was dark gold, and the area connecting the spearhead and the spear body was painted with exquisite patterns. The patterns were like long and narrow vines, and the color was relatively dark, showing a grayish-black color. In the center of the spear body, there were 3 small words engraved with vigorous strokes. Demon Slayer Spear. Demon Slayer Spear? Chu Hen murmured softly, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. This thing was definitely not ordinary. He didn't expect to get such a big harvest here. Chu Hen exerted a little force in his palm, and then he pulled the Demon Slayer Spear out of the skeleton of the blood-hunting dragon. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking was extremely clear, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. The lifeless skeleton suddenly emitted a strange energy fluctuation. As the skeleton of the blood hunter razorback dragon crumbled inch by inch, a red spot of light flew out of its skull without any warning. This was a drop of light that looked very much like blood, and there was a faint, strange liquid flowing inside it. Under the stone platform, Xia Qing's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted, "Dodge! That's the blood essence left in the skeleton of the blood-hunting dragon! Dodge!" Xia Qing's panicked voice echoed in Chu Hen's ears. The distance was so close, but the voice seemed so far away. The next moment, the drop of blood essence, shining with a strange red light, like a flying raindrop, gently fell on the center of Chu Hen's forehead. TSK, in an instant, Chu Hen's heart trembled a few times. Chapter 49. Dodge! In the midst of Xia Qing's panic shouts, Chu Hen's heart suddenly trembled a few times. The drop of blood shining with a strange red light, like a drop of strange rain, gently fell on the center of Chu Hen's forehead. However, this drop of red rain was so hot. The blood essence of a monster beast. It contained the purest energy of the beasts. However, this energy was extremely violent. If humans wanted to extract the power in the blood essence of a monster beast, the best way was to integrate it into a medicinal pill to refine it. If the blood essence of a monster beast was directly absorbed into the human body, the violent energy contained in the blood essence was enough to tear apart the major meridians of the human body. The bloodthirsty razorback dragon was a beast king-level monster beast. Its power was comparable to the top experts of the void-piercing realm. The power contained in a drop of its blood essence was far from that of an ordinary monster beast. Buzz! Things happened too hastily, and Chu Hen was unable to escape the sudden splash of the bloodthirsty razorback dragon's blood essence. In an instant, Chu Hen's eyes turned blood red in an instant. A terrifying power that was as berserk as an erupting volcano erupted from within his body. Ah! Chu Hen let out a painful scream, and then fell powerlessly on the table. Xia Qing hurriedly stepped forward to check on the other party's situation, her delicate eyebrows full of helplessness and regret. She clearly knew what a drop of the bloodthirsty razorback dragon's blood essence meant to Chu Hen, who was only at the 9th rank of the channel opening realm. No one could help Chu Hen. If her true essence had not been imprisoned by the Ice Moon Demon Wolf's Ice Xian Qi, there might have been a glimmer of hope to save Chu Hen's life. However, at this moment, Xia Qing could not even mobilize the slightest bit of true origin energy. Ah! Chu Hen kept rolling on the ground, his whole body on fire. The major meridians in his body seemed to be twisted by a knife, and the skin on the surface of his body turned red. This feeling was as if his body was filled with lava from volcano, and he could explode at any moment. A violent power flooded all of his meridians and bones. Chu Hen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The blood vessels on his forehead, neck, and arms were about to burst out. The endless pain made his hands scratch the ground. Panting heavily, gritting his teeth, Chu Hen held his head with both hands, feeling like his whole body was about to explode. Ah, I won't die. How can a mere drop of demonic beast essence, blood, harm my life? Chu Hen roared loudly. His crazed appearance was like that of a ferocious beast. It was both ferocious and unbearable. Seeing Chu Hen in pain, Xia Qing's beautiful face was filled with helplessness. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." She could never have imagined that there would still be a drop of blood essence left in the corpse of the blood-hunting razorback dragon that had been dead for so many years. Moreover, it just so happened to merge into Chu Hen's body. Just a moment ago, Chu Hen had obtained the demon-striking spear left behind by Fang Bufan, the demon-striking spear demon. In the blink of an eye, he had received a devastating blow. It was really the will of the heavens. Sigh. Xia Qing sighed. Then she took out an exquisite small bottle. She gently opened the bottle stopper, and a wisp of white aura floated out. At the same time, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped, and a bone-piercing chill spread out. This is the Frost Moon Demon Wolf's spiritual origin liquid. Although it can't save you, it can reduce your pain. This is as far as I can help you. At this moment, Chu Hen's consciousness was gradually becoming fuzzy. He didn't respond to Xia Qing's words. Xia Qing extended her hand above Chu Hen's face. The small bottle slowly tilted, and a drop of sparkling white liquid dripped down into Chu Hen's mouth. Buzz! The next moment, an incomparably cold chill suddenly spread out from Chu Hen's body. The power of the blood-hunting dragon's blood essence seemed to be suppressed. Chu Hen's skin turned from hot to cold, and then from cold to hot. Chu Hen's body fell into a state of stillness, no longer moving. Perhaps the pain had been alleviated, or perhaps he had completely lost consciousness. The Frozen Moon Demonic Wolf's origin spiritual liquid was condensed by the Frozen Moon Demonic Wolf's own profound ice chi. The Frost Moon Demon Wolf stored and accumulated this spiritual origin liquid for its cubs to use in the future. This spiritual origin liquid was obtained by Xia Qing from the Frost Moon Demon Wolf's lair. However, when it left, it was discovered by the Frost Moon Demon Wolf. Therefore, Chu Hen encountered Xia Qing and the Frost Moon Demon Wolf fighting outside. The spiritual origin liquid also contained the power of the Beast King of the Frost Moon Demon Wolf. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people would die upon contact. However, the ice chi contained in it had a certain easing effect on the power of the blood-hunting dragon's blood essence. Relatively speaking, it could slightly alleviate Chu Hen's pain. In fact, Xia Qing could have killed Chu Hen with one sword strike, simply and directly ending his pain. However, Xia Qing did not do so in the end. She really could not do it. Looking at the motionless Chu Hen in front of her, Xia Qing's beautiful eyes were a little apologetic. "If you hadn't helped me, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Thank you." Xia Qing resealed the bottle containing the spiritual origin liquid and put it away. Immediately, she sat down not far away and began to mobilize the power of qi to expel the ice qi in her body. Things had already come to this point. Xia Qing could not guess what kind of crisis or trouble she would encounter next. The most important thing now was to restore her strength. In the quiet underground palace, everything seemed to be frozen. Xia Qing's beautiful eyes were closed. Her elegant and refined face was beautiful and moving, although her clothes were a little wrinkled and her long hair was a little messy. But it still couldn't hide the natural grace and nobility. Traces of white air were expelled from Xia Qing's body. With Xia Qing as the center, the surrounding temperature was bone-chilling. At this time, Chu Hen was lying quietly on the ground, motionless. The demon Punisher spear had also rolled to the side, still emitting its former sharpness. Buzz, buzz! Suddenly, a strange power suddenly circulated from Chu Hen's body. This power was very obscure. If one did not carefully examine it, it would be very difficult to sense it. When this power appeared, the blood essence of the blood-hunting razorback dragon and the spiritual origin of the Ice Moon Demon Wolf became a lot calmer. Chu Hen's body was alternating between hot and cold. The power of the two kings, chased each other in his body. Chu Hen, who had fallen into a coma, also entered a strange state at that moment. Rumble. The sky was dark, and the sun and moon did not shine. In the vast and boundless sky, filled with stars, a pair of huge, purple demonic eyes appeared at the top of the sky. It was like the eyes of an ancient demonic god, looking down on all living things and peering into the sky. At the top of the sky, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. In the area behind the purple demonic eyes, there was a huge black shadow that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Endless power was released from the body of the black shadow. It was a power that could shake the heaven and earth. It was like a world-shaking demon god that dominated the universe. Buzz boom! At this moment, a surging power rushed up to the sky. That tens of thousands of feet tall black shadow burst out with a rich light. In an instant, the violent power that originated from the two king beasts in Chu Hen's body instantly eased. Lying on the stone platform, Chu Hen's breathing gradually calmed down. His body also slowly began to relax. His major meridians were like grass that had experienced the winter snow and cold wind. When the spring breeze blew, they were full of vitality again. A black light, as faint as a veil, lingered around Chu Hen's body. The power of the blood-hunting razorback dragon's blood essence and the ice moon demonic wolf source spiritual yuan flowed through Chu Hen's 8 extraordinary meridians in a regular pattern. 2 different kinds of power surprisingly fused with the power of true essence. The strength of the power of Qi rose steadily. Unknowingly, it broke through the boundary of the 9th stage of the channel opening realm and reached the level of the elemental opening realm. However, this was not the end. Chu Hen's body and power were constantly being strengthened. More and more vigorous aura condensed and grew in Chu Hen's body. However, Xia Qing, who had been circulating her qi to expel the ice qi, did not notice the change not far away. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye a whole day had passed. In this past day, Xia Qing's state was obviously much better than yesterday. There was a constant stream of misty, ice qi being expelled from her body. A white, icy mist lingered around her, giving her a sense of beauty and spirituality. Rustle! Suddenly there was a rustling sound. Immediately after, a black water monster lizard that was nearly 3 meters long appeared in the underground palace without any warning. The blackwater lizard crawled over from the passage that Chu Hen and Xia Qing had come from. Even though the opponent was covered in sturdy armor, and its claws were as sharp as blades, but when it moved on the ground, it only made a slight sound. The blackwater lizard stared at Xia Qing with a fierce expression. Its vertical pupils revealed a human-like cautiousness and viciousness. Danger approached step by step. However, Xia Qing seemed to still be in a state of circulating her qi to expel the ice qi. She did not notice what was happening in the outside world. Hiss! The blackwater lizard lightly stuck out its long and thin red tongue. When it was less than 3 meters away from Xia Qing, it suddenly shot out. This blackwater lizard's speed was extremely fast. Like an arrow released from a bow, it left a trail of afterimages in the air. The ferocious mouth full of sharp fangs opened and quickly bit toward Xia Qing. Buzz! At this time, Xia Qing's beautiful eyes opened, and a frosty cold air flashed in her eyes. However, just as Xia Qing was about to make a move, a sharp wind force swept over. Hiss! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The blackwater lizard's head was instantly pierced by a sharp spear. The spear tip was like a ray of light, flashing with a cold light. The blackwater lizard fell heavily to the ground. The sharp weapon that pierced through its head was the Demon Punisher Spear. Chapter 50. Bang! The blackwater monster lizard that was charging towards Xia Qing fell heavily to the ground. The sudden attack of the Demon Punisher Spear directly pierced through its head. The tip of the spear was dazzling. The appearance of this scene caused Xia Qing's delicate body to tremble. She hurriedly turned around, and a handsome face with a warm smile suddenly appeared in front of her. You! Kaboom! Xia Qing's heart immediately surged with a monstrous wave of uneasiness, her beautiful face surging with thick disbelief. You! What happened to me? Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows slightly raised as he smiled with interest. You're still alive? Xia Qing couldn't believe it. Why, could it be that you wish for me to die? Chu Hen joked. Xia Qing shook her head blankly. This was too unbelievable. The blood essence of the blood hunter razorback dragon and the spiritual source of the ice moon demon wolf. Any one of these two things was enough to take Chu Hen's life. Not to mention that both of them had entered his body at the same time. Logically speaking, Chu Hen definitely had no chance of survival. But Chu Hen was really standing in front of Xia Qing. Not only that, Xia Qing then discovered that Chu Hen's cultivation had actually advanced from the channel opening stage to the elemental opening stage. Moreover, he seemed to have reached the second stage. What exactly happened? Xia Qing frowned. She couldn't see through this young man in front of her. Chu Hen shrugged and said casually, I'm not too sure either. It's probably that the blood hunter razorback dragon and the ice moon demon wolf canceled each other out. This sentence could be used to deceive others, but Xia Qing wouldn't believe Chu Hen's nonsense. She had never heard of two types of Beast King's blood essence canceling each other out. But if one were to really ask what the actual situation was, Chu Hen himself would not be able to give an answer. Chu Hen walked to the corpse of the Blackwater monster lizard and casually pulled out the demon Punisher spear. He then turned to Xia Qing and said, Have you gotten rid of the ice qi in your body? Xia Qing didn't answer. She just looked at him strangely. What now? Is there a flower growing on my face? Chu Hen asked. You haven't answered my question yet. Why are you fine? Furthermore, even my cultivation has increased. This. Chu Hen did not want to answer this question. But seeing the confusion in her eyes, he raised his eyebrows and said, I can tell you, but you have to keep it a secret for me. All right. Xia Qing's eyes lit up. It's because of the boundary of my bloodline. My bloodline boundary is rather special. With regards to this answer, Xia Qing could guess a little. She then asked, What kind of bloodline limit? Chu Hen shook his head and answered without hesitation, I don't even know myself. You don't know what your bloodline is. Xia Qing couldn't help but be startled. Seeing that Chu Hen didn't seem to be lying, she could only nod. All right. I haven't heard of any bloodline limit that can absorb the power of demon beast's blood essence. Your bloodline limit is rather mysterious. It should be at the level of a profound body. I hope so. Chu Hen smiled and didn't explain too much. Xia Qing's expression softened a little. She muttered to herself, Fortunately, I didn't kill you with a single sword strike to relieve your pain. What? No, nothing. Xia Qing smiled faintly. Her beautiful smile was light and moving. It's about time for us to go. HM, do you know where the exit is? Just now, I discovered that the bottom of this stone platform is hollow. Chu Hen walked up the stone platform and glanced at the area where the scattered bones of the blood-hunting razorback dragon were. He continued, So I think the exit is below. Hearing this, Xia Qing stood up. Let me try. Buzz, buzz. Xia Qing's voice had just sounded when a cluster of powerful true yuan energy agglomerated in her palm. Immediately, she gently lifted her wrist. A cluster of solidified white light flew out from her fingertip and struck the middle of the stage. Bang! Accompanied by a heavy explosion, the ground trembled, and a 2 to 3 meter wide hole was blasted out of the stone platform. Under the pleasantly surprised gazes of Chu Hen and Xia Qing, a black passageway appeared on the ground. It really is a passageway. Chu Hen smiled and said, Let's go. Yes, about half an hour later. At the lakeside where he fought with the Ice Moon demonic wolf yesterday, the azure sky, the fresh air, and the brightly colored flowers and grass gave Chu Hen a carefree and relaxed feeling of having survived a calamity. Finally leaving that damn place. Seeing Chu Hen's slightly excited look, Xia Qing's face revealed a somewhat relaxed smile. "Where are you going?" "The capital," Xia Qing asked. "Yes. What about you?" "Me too. It's on the way. Let's go together." Chu Hen naturally would not refuse a beautiful woman's request. However, at this moment, a fierce figure suddenly appeared on the top of a mountain not far away. Chu Hen's heart was startled. Even though he was 100 meters away, he could clearly feel the cold and solemn aura that originated from an expert. There were about 20 people, dressed in light clothes, and most of them wore masks. Everyone was watching from afar. Chu Hen seemed to be able to feel the cold and sharp gazes of the people behind the masks. Experts, they were definitely experts. Chu Hen could not help but frown, and his eyebrows were full of seriousness. "Don't be nervous, they're here for me," Xia Qing said softly. "And Chu Hen's face revealed a confused expression. "I'm really sorry." Xia Qing smiled apologetically. "I can't go back to the capital with you." Chu Hen clenched his fists and nodded. "It's okay. See you again." "See you." After a few simple words of farewell, Xia Qing walked towards the crowd in front. The leader, who wore a silver mask, came forward and knelt on one knee, looking very respectful. Xia Qing seemed to be talking with him, but because of the distance, Chu Hen could not hear clearly. Then Xia Qing looked back at Chu Hen and then left with the crowd. Chu Hen looked at Xia Qing, who was gradually disappearing from his sight, and the masked crowd, with a hint of caution in his eyes. Under the calm appearance, there was actually a lot of turmoil. From the beginning, Chu Hen knew that Xia Qing had an extremely unusual identity, and now it seemed that he was even more certain of that idea. "See you again," Chu Hen mumbled to himself. About an hour later, Chu Hen successfully embarked on his journey back to the periphery of the boneless mountain range. Along the way, he would encounter attacks from demonic beasts from time to time. So Chu Hen decided to collect demonic beast crystal cores on the way back. Chu Hen carried the demon Punisher spear on his back and moved forward by leaping and running. His speed was agile and nimble. Chu Hen's feet almost never touched the ground, and he basically leaped from one tree to another. In the process of hunting demonic beasts, the demon Punisher spear became more and more proficient. Compared to the Shadow Spear, the demon Punisher spear was many levels higher. After all, it was a weapon left behind by Fong Bufan, so how could it be ordinary? The outcome of this trip to the boneless mountain range was beyond Chu Hen's expectations. Initially, he had only come for the Yuan crystal stones, and he thought that the blood crystal lotus would be the most unexpected reward. He never thought that he would encounter Xia Qing and accidentally obtain Fong Bufan's famous technique, the demon Punisher spear, as well as his weapon. What made Chu Hen even happier was the increase in his cultivation. He had directly gone from the channel opening stage to the second stage of the element opening stage, and he was at the peak of the second stage. He was only a step away from the third stage. Chu Hen could not help but be secretly shocked by the wonders of the bloodline boundary of the chaotic body once again. He never thought that it could even suppress the essence, blood, and origin energy of a beast king, and extract the energy from them to fuse into his body. Chu Hen became more and more eager to see the true appearance of the chaotic body. Just what kind of bloodline boundary was this? "The one in front, please stop and don't move." Suddenly, a cold yet familiar voice rang out from behind Chu Hen. Chu Hen looked to the side and saw 3 young figures chasing after him. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they were all 17 or 18 years old. "It's them." Chu Hen was slightly surprised. These 3 people were none other than the 3 people who had appeared when the bandits were searching for the blood rose crystal lotus. Because of the appearance of these 3 people, Chu Hen first acted as the aureole, and snatched the blood crystal lotus. After stealing the blood rose crystal lotus, he used the cicada shedding carapace to escape from their pursuit. He never thought that he would meet them again today. "Stop!" Shang-Zhe, who was dressed in green, shouted. Hearing the two words that sounded like an order, a disdainful smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. He directly ignored them and sped up in the forest. Seeing Chu Hen like this, the three people behind couldn't help but look at each other, then quickly increased their chasing speed. "Lin Hai, flank him from the left. Xinwen, take the right. Don't let him get away," Shang-Zhe said. "Understood. Got it." Lin Hai and Xinwen split up, and the three of them spread out in an arc to chase after Chu Hen. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Shang-Zhe moved the fastest. At the same time, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. It was obvious that he was ready to attack Chu Hen at any time. "You three, I have no grievances with you. Why are you chasing me so relentlessly?" Chu Hen said, but he did not slow down at all. "Humph, you know very well," Xinwen said coldly. "Please explain, I don't know anything." "You still dare to play dumb?" Hand over the blood rose crystal lotus. Chapter 51. You still dare to play dumb? Hand over the blood rose crystal lotus. The three of them chased after him relentlessly and directly stated their purpose. Chu Hen pretended to be surprised and replied with a puzzled tone. "Blood rose crystal lotus? How could I have such a good thing? Don't slander a good person for no reason." "Humph. Since you don't have the blood rose crystal lotus, why are you running?" "Only those with ulterior motives would run." The only woman, Xinwen, said coldly. "Nonsense. There are so many bandits in this forest. The three of you suddenly asked me to stop. I'm scared. If I don't run, I'll be in trouble." Although Chu Hen said he was scared, there was no trace of fear on his face at all. Shang-Zhe, Lin Hai, and Xinwen were annoyed and angry. Lin Hai, who approached from the left, narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You killed that bald bandit, right?" "What bald head?" "This daddy doesn't know. It's useless even if you quibble. That bald bandit was killed by a spear through his throat, and you humph. Killed by a spear through his throat. Chu Hen frowned slightly. It seemed like the reason they suspected him was because of the demon Punisher spear on his back. The three of them were indeed not ordinary people. They actually had such keen tracking abilities. Hee, just based on this, you guys are too presumptuous. There are plenty of people who use spears in this world. On what basis do you guys suspect that I did it? Humph, unfortunately, you're the only one who used a spear in the vicinity. Shang-Zhe laughed coldly. He could more or less confirm that Chu Hen was the aureole that appeared out of nowhere. What they needed to do next was to take back what Chu Hen had stolen. Xiao! Shang-Zhe's movement speed became faster and faster. A wave of sword aura was continuously released from his body. The incomparably sharp sword in his hand flickered with a dazzling radiance. You can't escape. The distance between the two sides was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, there was less than 30 meters between the three of them and Chu Hen. Facing the aggressive enemies, Chu Hen's expression was calm, and his eyes were filled with indifference. "If you had obediently handed over the blood crystal lotus, we might have let you live. I'm sorry to tell you that you've already lost the chance to be safe and sound." Shang-Zhe spat out a threatening and cold tone. Thick, vital energy quickly climbed up the sword. There was a trembling, buzzing sound in the air. "You really scared me to death. Since you think you're infallible, I'll teach you what loosening the reins only to grasp them better and taking advantage of their unpreparedness means." A naughty smile abruptly rose from the corner of Chu Hen's mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped moving forward, then turned around and charged toward Shang-Zhe. What? The three of them were caught off guard by Chu Hen's sudden action. Especially Shang-Zhe, the distance between him and Chu Hen had shrunk to within a few meters in an instant. Before Shang Zhe could even launch an attack, a peerlessly powerful cold spear immediately tore through the air and surged towards his opponent. Buzz, the surging vital energy, quickly spread to the body of the spear. The demon Punisher spear swallowed and spat out a dazzling golden light. The unstoppable momentum was like a venomous snake that had come out of its hole in an instant. The shocking aura was filled with destructive killing intent. Shang Zhe's expression changed drastically. His contracted pupils reflected the cold light of the spear. A sense of danger assaulted his heart. In a hurry, Shang Zhe could only hold the sword horizontally in front of his chest and use the sword as a shield to forcefully block the opponent's attack. Boom! Shang Zhe and Chu Hen collided in midair. The tip of the demon Punisher spear firmly touched the center of the treasured sword's body. The violent impact was comparable to a flood that broke through a dam. Shang Zhe felt his entire arm go numb. The treasured sword that was flickering with resplendent radiance immediately became dim and lightless. Ding! Along with a crisp sound, a string of sparks splashed in the air. The sword in Shang Zhe's hand responded and broke. Shang Zhe! Shang Zhe! On the other side, Lin Hai and Xinwen were both shocked. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were full of shock. This was the first time someone was able to break Shang Zhe's sword. Moreover, it was only a single move. Boom, boom! The moment the sword broke, a circle of raging vital energy vibrated in front of Shang Zhe. The incomparably tyrannical impact was like a giant rock. Shang Zhe's body suddenly trembled. The clothes in front of his body were instantly shattered. At the same time, he flew backwards, and a large mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Shang Zhe, looking at Shang Zhe, who had crashed heavily onto the ground and could not get up, Xinwen was shocked and angry. Without saying anything, she raised her sword and rushed towards Chu Hen. "I'm going to kill you. Humph, with just a little girl like you." The corner of Chu Hen's mouth curled into a playful smile. In an instant, a turbulent vital energy immediately erupted from his body. An endless amount of golden light quickly gathered towards his left hand. The clearly visible vital energy rapidly rotated in his palm like a spiral wave. "Xinwen, dodge!" Lin Hai, who did not have time to help, shouted in a stern voice. However, Lin Hai's warning was still a step too late. Great waterfall mountain, destroying palm. Boom! The powerful and vigorous palm energy suddenly rushed towards Xinwen. An incomparably furious Zhan Yuan power turned into a thick shockwave. The dead leaves on the ground, as well as the gravel, were swept away by the autumn wind and were instantly flattened. Even a thick layer of soil on the surface of the ground was blown away. The wind raged and sand and dust flew everywhere. This great waterfall mountain destroying palm was a combat skill of the elemental opening realm. Chu Hen, who had already reached the second level of the elemental opening realm, could display 100% of its destructive power. This power was many times stronger than before. After suffering from Chu Hen's powerful palm attack, Xinwen immediately let out a panicked cry. She was sent flying on the spot, and after Shang Zhe, she fell to the ground, unable to get up. "Bastard, you're courting death." In the next instant, Lin Hai's palm attack followed. Chu Hen's eyes focused as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Along with the chaotic airflow, a circle of demonic and dense black light quickly climbed up both of Chu Hen's arms. Chu Hen gripped the demon Punisher spear with both hands and swung it horizontally to meet Lin Hai's attack head-on. Bang! Lin Hai's palm energy heavily hit the body of the demon Punisher spear. A layer of chaotic air rippled outwards, and the ground beneath their feet was densely packed with cracks in Lin Hai's expectations. Even if this palm did not hit Chu Hen's body, it would still be enough to injure the latter. But in reality, this was not the case. Chu Hen stood in place, his legs rooted to the ground, unable to retreat an inch. You Lin Hai's eyes widened in anger, and his tightly knitted brows were extremely sinister. On the other side, Shang Zhe and Xinwen, who were lying on the ground unable to get up, were even more shocked. They really did not expect that the Chu hen they had been chasing all this time would actually have such shocking strength. Roar! Before Lin Hai could change his attack again, a deep dragon roar rose from Chu hen's body. Lin Hai's pupils involuntarily shrank. In the next second, an illusory golden dragon shadow rushed out from Chu hen's arm. The dragon shadow was about a meter long, and it looked like a demon's spirit. It spun and danced and fiercely hit Lin Hai's chest. Boom! The shocking impact caused the air to tremble endlessly, and halos of light blossomed like golden feathers. Lin Hai. As the other two cried out in panic, Lin Hai fell to the ground, and scarlet blood flowed continuously from his mouth. In an instant, the situation had unexpectedly changed. The main reason why the three of them were defeated was because they were too careless. From the beginning, Chu hen had been showing weakness to them. When he exploded with great strength, they did not even have the time to stabilize their footing. I told you to stop chasing me. Is this fun? Chu hen had a frivolous smile on his face. He took the lead and walked toward Shang Zhe and said disdainfully, "You were the most arrogant just now, and now you don't dare to speak." You. Shang Zhe clenched his fists, and his teeth were tightly clenched, his expression fierce. What? You still have something to say? Chu hen stepped forward and kicked Shang Zhe's abdomen. Shang Zhe was directly kicked out, and he dragged several meters on the ground before he could stop. The intense pain made him drool. On the other side, Lin Hai's and Xinwen's expressions changed. Stop! Xinwen shouted coldly and said, "If you dare to touch us, you won't have a good ending." Hee, what good ending? Chu hen said coldly, "Humph, my brother is Shen Yunxi of the Lingxi martial house. If you dare to touch a finger of ours, just try and see." Shen Yunxi? Chu hen was stunned. He had never heard of him. Of course, this was not strange. He had only been in the capital for less than 2 months. How many people could he know? However, seeing Chu hen's expression, Xinwen thought that he was scared, and immediately sneered confidently and said, "Humph, you're afraid. If you know what's good for you, you will respectfully apologize to us, and then offer the blood crystal lotus with both hands. We can consider letting you live." Hee, you really scared me to death. I'm so scared that I only have one thought now, and that is to kill the 3 of you, and then throw you into the demonic beast's nest. That way, don't care about big brother or second brother. Even your parents won't recognize you. You. Hearing Chu hen's words, the 3 of them instantly felt their hearts skip a beat, especially Xinwen, who was so scared that her face turned pale. She originally thought that she could scare Chu hen, but she did not expect it to backfire and directly put the 3 of them in danger. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, Chu hen could easily kill them. After all, this was the boneless mountain range, and there were many demonic beasts here. Who would know if they died in the mouths of the demonic beasts? Seeing the smile on Chu hen's face, the 3 of them only felt a chill in their hearts. Chapter 52. Shang Zhe, Lin Hai, and Xinwen could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw the mocking smile on Chu hen's face. This was the boneless mountain range, where there were many demonic beasts. Countless people died here every year. Even if Chu hen killed them all, no one would be able to investigate further. Xinwen was already regretting her own cleverness. As she thought about how she was going to die here, all kinds of fear surged in her mind. At the same time, her eyes were filled with tears, and they could not help but roll around. However, Chu hen could not help but find it funny when he saw her pitiful look. The 3 of them were merely paper tigers. They looked overbearing on the surface, but in reality, they were just inexperienced young men and women. Moreover, Chu hen did not have any deep grudges with the 3 of them, so it was not to the point where he had to kill them. Forget it, I'm too kind. I'll let you guys go today, what? As soon as he said that, the three of them looked at Chu Hen in surprise. But before they had the time to be happy, Chu Hen's voice paused, and he continued, However, after being chased by you guys for so long, I have to ask for compensation, right? Hand over all of your storage rings. Hand over all their storage rings? Robbery. This was a naked robbery. Don't even think about it. Shang Zhe clenched his fists, and his brows were filled with anger. Ha! You can choose not to hand them over. Chu Hen sneered with a playful smile. Of course, I can also choose to take back my decision to let you guys go. I don't have the patience to talk nonsense with you guys. 3 storage rings in exchange for 3 lives. It's a good deal for you guys. The 3 of them looked at each other unwillingly. They had already stayed in the boneless mountain range for almost 2 months. They had collected countless spiritual materials and treasures, rare flowers and herbs, demonic beast cores, now that they had to hand all of them over. It was like cutting off their flesh. However, at this stage, if they did not hand them over, Chu Hen might really take their lives. Treasures could be found again, but they only had 1 life. All right, I'll give it to you. The first to compromise was Lin Hai. He took off his storage ring unwillingly and threw it at Chu Hen. Chu Hen casually grabbed the ring in his palm, but he didn't check what was inside. He smiled faintly and said, What about the 2 of you? Xinwen bit her lips and immediately took off a bracelet from her wrist and threw it at Chu Hen's feet. Rings were not the only type of storage device. For example, bracelets, belts, necklaces, and so on. Some accessories that were usually worn on the body could be made into storage devices. Seeing that his 2 companions had lowered their heads and compromised, no matter how frivolous Shang Zhe was, he could not afford to be arrogant. He gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, and handed the storage ring to Chu Hen. Haha, thank you for your gifts. I'll take my leave first. Chu Hen generously put the 3 storage devices into his own storage ring, then turned around and left. Seeing Chu Hen's departing figure, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time they felt a bellyful of anger. Nearly 2 months of hard work, but it was all for someone else's benefit. Damn bastard, I definitely won't let this go. Shang Zhe clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked, and his eyes surged with anger. Lin Hai sighed helplessly. He looked at the confused and wronged Xinwen and said in a low voice, Let's go back to Lingxi Martial House first. This person is definitely a student from a high martial house. We'll definitely find him in the future. Imperial City. After more than 20 days, Chu Hen had once again returned to this beautiful and bustling big city. Nearly a month's worth of activities in the forest, fighting and killing demonic beasts, caused Chu Hen's aura to become more stable, and his firm outline faintly revealed a formless sharpness. Qingyun Pavilion. Chu Hen was the first to arrive at the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. He first traded the mission items he had obtained in the Boneless Mountain Range, as well as the demonic beast crystal cores he had collected. Hello, how may I help you? A beautiful young lady with a sweet voice received Chu Hen in the 5th area of the mission exchange. I'm here to trade some items, said Chu Hen. Is it a mission exchange or a normal exchange? Both. After saying that, Chu Hen put a pile of things on the counter in one go. Exotic flowers and herbs of all sizes, spiritual materials and treasures, demonic beast crystal cores, instantly covered the counter. The resplendent crystal cores shone brightly, instantly attracting the surprised gazes of the surrounding people. This is the snake gallbladder of a 9-segmented snake. This is the twin black Ganoderma. As Chu Hen spoke, he separated the eastern and western areas. Meanwhile, the young lady in charge of reception was dumbfounded. Her small mouth was so wide open that an egg could fit in it. Sir, please rest here for a while. Let us handle this kind of thing, said the young lady as she summoned a few other internal members of the Chamber of Commerce. When everyone saw the precious treasures and crystal cores everywhere, their faces were filled with uneasiness. "Sir, please rest assured and leave it to us. We will register and trade all the items on the mission list for you. We will also give you a satisfactory price for the items that are not on the mission list." A middle-aged man spoke rather politely. Chu Hen nodded and said with a faint smile, "All right. Sir, you can have a cup of tea in the resting area and also look at our other goods." "Got it." Compared to the first time he had come here, their attitude was really different. The few of them began to skillfully count the treasures and demonic beast crystal cores on the counter. Of course, these things had already been accounted for before Chu Hen entered the city. Among them were not only the spiritual materials and treasures he had collected, but also the demonic beast crystal cores. There were also the items that the bald bandit and the 3 consonants Marshall House disciples had collected. The 5 people's collection of precious treasures and crystal cores added together made up a rather astonishing amount. When Chu Hen was doing the accounting, he kept some of the things that he thought were useful. The crimson blood crystal lotus was also kept by him. The reason why Chu Hen wanted to obtain the crimson blood crystal lotus was because he wanted to exchange it for 15 high-grade primal crystals and trade for the golden python inverse scale spear. However, Chu Hen had coincidentally obtained the demon punisher spear left behind by Fong Bufan, the demon punisher spear, so there was no need for the golden python inverse scale spear. Moreover, a treasure like the blood crystal lotus was priceless. It was often something that could only be found by chance. Chu Hen had obtained a blood crystal lotus with great difficulty, and he might have a use for it in the future. Therefore, no matter what the situation was, keeping it for the time being was definitely the right thing to do. Counter number 4. What weapon do you want? See for yourself. An indifferent voice came from the mouth of an old man behind the counter. He had his head lowered and was carefully wiping an ink-like object. In the eyes of this shopkeeper, his attitude towards customers had never been good. Immediately after, a slender palm reached in front of the shopkeeper and casually placed several dozen mid-grade primordial crystals on the counter. 55 mid-grade primordial crystals. I'll return it to you together with interest. HM? Shopkeeper Jean could not help but be startled. When he raised his head, a familiar young face entered his line of sight. "It's you? Hee, so Shopkeeper Jean still remembers me," Chu Hen said with a smile. "Of course I remember. I remember anyone who owes me money." Shopkeeper Jean smiled faintly and placed the 55 mid-grade primordial crystals on the table behind the counter. "Did you go on a mission?" "Yes. I made a trip to the Boneless Mountain Range." "How was the harvest?" Shopkeeper Jean had a simple conversation with Chu Hen as he continued wiping the items in his hands. "If I remember correctly, you seem to be more interested in the golden python inverse scale spear. If you have 5 high-grade primordial crystals on hand, you can temporarily take it with you. As for the rest, you'll have to return 6 of them to me with interest." Chu Hen smiled and shook his head. He really had to hand it to this old and cunning shopkeeper Jean. "What if I can't return it? I'll give you 3 months. If you can't return it by then, I'll take back the golden python inverse scale spear and will not return the 5 high-grade primordial crystals you paid in advance." What a scam! Chu Hen cursed under his breath. Seeing that Chu Hen did not speak, Shopkeeper Jean assumed that he could not afford to pay the 5 high-grade primordial crystals. His tone became much colder. "If there's nothing else, I won't keep you company. Do as you wish." Chu Hen laughed. "Young master, the list of items you've brought has been completed." At this moment, the young lady who was in charge of the reception earlier walked up to Chu Hen's side politely. "Is that so?" "Yes." The young lady held a list in her hands and said, "There are a total of 38 transactions for the mission items. In the ordinary transactions, there are 131 Great Fey crystals, 6 Class 4 Great Fey crystals, 45 class, 3 Great Fey crystals in class 2 Great Fey. All right. Chu Hen hurriedly interrupted the other party's report. Just tell me how much I can get in return. According to our estimates, the total transaction value of these items is 29 high-grade primordial crystals and 50 mid-grade primordial crystals. What? Shopkeeper Jean, who was at the side, was shocked by this number. His face was filled with astonishment, and he wondered if he had misheard. 29 high-grade primordial crystals and 50 mid-grade primordial crystals? Chu Hen murmured. This price was slightly higher than what he had estimated. The main reason was that the transactions for the missions and the few Great Fey crystals were more valuable. This was all thanks to the help of those few people. Otherwise, with just Chu Hen alone, he would be secretly happy to be able to earn 5 high-grade primal crystal stones on this trip. It's like this, young master. However, because the transaction amount you completed this time is relatively large, our Chamber of Commerce has decided to give you an additional 50 mid-grade primordial crystals. Therefore, you can get 30 high-grade primordial crystals from this transaction. In that case, thank you. I agree to this transaction. Chu Hen did not hesitate any longer. All right, this is the detailed transaction list and the 30 high-grade primordial crystals. Please count them. The young lady placed the paper and a heavy, exquisite cloth bag in front of Chu Hen. Chu Hen only opened the bag and glanced at it briefly before keeping it in his storage ring. The transaction is completed. I'll be leaving first. Young master, take care. I look forward to our next cooperation. Under the envious gazes of the surrounding crowd, Chu Hen walked towards the entrance of Qin Yin Pavilion. No one had expected a young man to complete a transaction of 30 high-grade primordial crystals in one go. The most shocked person was Shopkeeper Jean. He had really misjudged him this time. However, who would have thought that the guy who could not even afford 150 mid-grade primordial crystals the previous time would be able to complete so many transactions today? 30 high-grade primordial crystals were equivalent to 3,000 mid-grade primordial crystals. Chu Hen was extremely satisfied. At least he would not have to worry about primordial crystals for a long time to come. Some readers say that I rarely interact with everyone. In fact, whenever my brothers leave a comment in my book review section, I will read it seriously and reply to them one by one. The mobile version of the book review section is not very complete. Even if I reply, the comment displayed is still 0. Therefore, my brothers can click on that book review to see my reply. Chapter 53. After the transaction with the Rising Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Chu Hen embarked on his journey back to the Heavenly Star Marshall House in a good mood. 30 high-grade primordial crystals. Based on the ratio of 100, it was equivalent to 3,000 mid-grade primordial crystals. However, back in Flaming Rain City, Chu Hen could only receive 2 or 3 mid-grade primordial crystals from the general's residence every month. The gap between them was self-evident. One had to admit that hunting demonic beasts was indeed a faster way to earn money. But then again, the level of danger was also very high. If one was not careful and encountered a demonic beast of a higher level, one would die. Other than demonic beasts, one had to guard against bandits and bandits. Therefore, no one was willing to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, this did not include students from higher martial houses who went out to train. By the time Chu Hen returned to Tensei Prefecture, it was already afternoon. Everyone in the academy was talking about the Star Elite Monarch Ascension Association. However, Chu Hen did not deliberately try to find out more about this topic. F*CK, you bastard, you're finally back? I thought you died on the belly of that vixen. Tell me honestly, are the bodies of the girls from the Phoenix Arrival Pavilion in the eastern part of the city soft, fragrant, and smooth? The moment Chu Hen stepped into the courtyard, Mu Feng's series of roars came crashing down on him. I met a lunatic as soon as I entered. How unlucky! Chu Hen cursed and walked straight to his room. He. Mu Fong walked over with a cheeky grin on his face and said in a neurotic manner, "Brother, where have you been these past few days?" "Boneless mountain range. I almost lost my life. Do you want to go? I'll bring you along next time," Chu Hen replied nonchalantly. Boneless mountain range? Mu Fong could not help but gulp. He shrunk his neck and said, "Hee, there's no need to call me for this kind of good thing. Things like going shopping with a girl and talking about life's ideals. Don't forget me." How could there be such things? Come on. Still pretending? Mu Fong swaggered to the stool next to Chu Hen and sat down. He put his hand on Chu Hen's shoulder and said while grinning, "Brother, you've really made me look at you in a whole new light. Tell me honestly, how did you hook up with that ice beauty?" When Chu Hen heard this, his head was filled with fog. He thought to himself, what kind of illness did this guy have this time? What ice beauty, volcano beauty? Continue acting. This Marshal Fong will quietly watch you act today. You can scram now. How strange. When Mu Fong saw how Chu Hen refused to admit it no matter what, his face was filled with disdain. He tilted his head and said in dissatisfaction, "You're too mean. You're still hiding it from me at a time like this. Tell me honestly, did you hook up with Long Xuan Xuan?" Long Xuan Xuan? Chu Hen was startled and subconsciously blurted out, "She came here? You can't pretend anymore, right? You're really something. How much money do you owe Long Xuan Xuan?" "She actually came to the school, personally. I was wondering why you left early in the morning that day. It turns out that you went to hide from your debt." From Mu Feng's words, Mo Wuji knew that Long Xuan Xuan had gone to the Boneless Mountain Range on the day she came to find him. "Did she say anything?" Chu Hen asked. "She said that she thinks that I'm handsome and cute. She asked you to stop pestering her and return the money as soon as possible." Chu Hen shook his head helplessly. This guy really knows how to spout nonsense. Since Long Xuan Xuan personally came to Tensei Prefecture to find him, it showed that she didn't treat him as an outsider. After thinking for a short while, Chu Hen did not say anything else and hurried out. "Where are you going?" Mu Fong asked hurriedly. "It's none of your business. Long Xuan Xuan already asked you to return the money as soon as possible. Stop pestering her. Hey, bro, can you bring me along? Damn, I'm on my period." It was almost evening. When Chu Hen arrived at the Bright Moon Academy, the sky had already turned hazy and dusky. "Hey, aren't you that guy?" The guard at the door was a little surprised to see Chu Hen's familiar face. "Oh, I remember now. You're that Chu Hen." The guard's tone carried a hint of mockery. Some time ago, news about Chu Hen had spread like wildfire in the capital. In just a month, he was rejected by 27 advanced martial schools. That was the record for the most rejections. At that time, even the waiters in the restaurants and tea houses looked at Chu Hen with sympathy. Chu Hen did not care about the guard's gaze and said calmly, "I'm looking for someone. Can I pass on the message?" "Who are you looking for?" The guard replied in a lukewarm tone, "Long Xuan Xuan." As soon as these 3 words came out, the guard's eyes were filled with disdain and his tone was full of contempt. Are you making fun of me? What do you mean?" Chu Hen frowned slightly. People who want to see Long Xuan Xuan every day can line up from the entrance to the street. May I ask where you are in the queue?" Chu Hen was both shocked and surprised. Was this second sister of his so popular? Although he knew that Long Xuan Xuan was good-looking and was a beauty since she was a child, it should not be this exaggerated, right? Could it be that he used to stay with her every day and see her so much that it affected his sense of beauty? "I'm different from others. You just need to tell her that Chu Hen is looking for her, and she will definitely see me." I've heard this sentence no less than 800 times. Can you come up with something new? "She is my sister." There is something new, but the level is too low. The guard obviously did not believe Chu Hen's words. In his eyes, Chu Hen could be said to be the worst of Long Xuanxuang's many pursuers. Why waste time? Chu Hen was angry and amused at the same time. He really did not expect that Long Xuanxuang's cold and unreasonable personality could be so charming. Okay, then I'll look for senior brother Zhou Hao. Is that okay? Zhou Hao is Haozi. Previously, when Chu Hen was in the Bright Moon Marshall House's entrance examination, it was because of Haozi's help that he was able to make it to the last round of the entrance examination. Later, for some reason, Chu Hen was rejected by the Bright Moon Marshall House, and Haozi even felt that it was unfair for him. Chu Hen thought that since the guard did not want to inform him, then he would let Haozi pass the message on his behalf. Zhou Hao. The guard frowned. Yes, it's that small-eyed senior brother Haozi. I know. The guard replied coldly with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Zhou Hao has already left the Bright Moon Academy. Go look for him elsewhere. Senior brother Haozi has left? Why? I don't know. The guard seemed to be a little impatient. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes. Why would Haozi leave the Bright Moon Academy for no reason? He remembered that Zhou Hao said that he had to take the entrance examination for 2 years before he was accepted by the Bright Moon Academy. It was absolutely impossible for Zhou Hao to leave the high-ranked Marshall House that he had worked so hard to enter. Could it be that there was some secret behind this? A new month, a new day, a new beginning. First, I want to say hello to my brothers. It was 1 day closer to the release date. Yesterday, the editor informed me that the release date was changed to the 6th of this month, Thursday. In other words, it was 1 day earlier than the scheduled release date. I hope that my brothers will leave all the flowers in your hands to me. When the day comes, I will give them to the God King. Thank you in advance. Chapter 54. He did not see Long Xuanxuang. Even Haozi had left the Bright Moon Academy, carrying a heart filled with bewilderment. Chu Hen helplessly left the Bright Moon Academy. At this moment, the color of the sky had already gradually darkened. A gust of night wind gently blew past, bringing with it a faint trace of coolness. Big Brother should be back from the Sky Lake Mountains in a few days. When that time comes, I'll come with him to find second sister. Chu Hen thought to himself. Long Qingyang had gone to the Sky Lake Mountains on the first day he had arrived in the capital. Calculating the time, 2 months were almost up. Long Qingyang should be back soon. The streets of the capital seemed to be even more bustling in the evening. The stalls on both sides of the street were taking advantage of this time to earn money to support their families. Row upon row of high-rise buildings were brightly lit, contrasting with the stars that were about to adorn the night sky. F***CK. Where did this beggar come from? Get lost. A disgusted curse came from the mouth of one of the peddlers on the side of the street. I'm not a beggar. I just want to rest here for a while. This voice? Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned his gaze in that direction and saw a middle-aged man next to a stall selling cooked food. He was looking at a skinny figure with extreme disgust. Get lost. Don't disturb my business. The stall owner scolded. The skinny figure licked his shriveled lips, then retreated to the foot of a nearby wall. He hugged his knees and curled up into a ball. Looking at the dirty figure with a face full of mud, Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Chu Hen did not dare to believe what he was seeing in front of his eyes. Without saying anything further, he hurriedly walked forward and said, Senior Haozi. Hearing the call, the skinny figure slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of small, rat-like eyes. In the past, this pair of eyes had always been bright and intelligent, but now they were filled with gloominess and gloominess. Junior brother Chu Hen, it's you. Haozi squeezed out an ugly smile, but more than that, he felt awkward. I just went to the Bright Moon Academy to look for you. The guards said that you left the Marshall House. What happened? Hee. Haozi laughed bitterly and said helplessly, Ever since you failed to enter the Bright Moon Academy, He Chao and He Xian have been causing trouble for me every few days. I thought it would be over soon, but I didn't expect that the two brothers would accuse me of stealing something from them. In the end, they reported it to the upper echelons of the martial house, and I was expelled from the academy. He Chao, He Xian, Chu Hen wrinkled his eyebrows and a bit of anger flashed in his eyes. The truth is that many people in the academy know that I was wrongly accused, but He Chao and his brother are deeply valued by the martial house's mentors. Compared to them, I'm just a mediocre talent that's always at the bottom of the rankings. It doesn't matter if they want me or not. Housy's smile was especially dry. These two damned bastards. A layer of frost immediately spread over Chu Hen's face. While the anger in his heart rose, he was also filled with guilt towards Housy. If it wasn't for the grudge between him and the two brothers, how could it have implicated Housy? He Chao and He Xian were completely unable to take revenge on him, so they vented their anger on Housy. Senior brother Housy, I'm sorry. Chu Hen said sincerely. Housy shook his head. All of this is my fate, I don't blame you. As he said this, Housy's eyes did not avoid his gaze. It could be seen that he really didn't blame Chu Hen. Perhaps he had a little complaint, but most of it was his hatred towards He Chao and He Xian. Senior brother Housy, what happened to your hands? The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. From the beginning, he had noticed that Housy's hands were stiff and wooden, and he had maintained the same posture. He couldn't even move his fingers. Housy didn't say anything, only smiling bitterly as he shook his head. Chu Hen's face became increasingly gloomy, and the chill in his eyes was as sharp as an icicle. One of the most famous medical centers in the imperial city, a golden signboard with the words, "Magic Hands Bring Back the Spring," hung on the main entrance of the antique building. Change the medicine twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Within 7 days, you will be as good as new. An old man in a long robe stroked a wisp of beard on his chin as he spoke to Chu Hen, pointing to a few bottles of medicine on the table. On the chair next to him, Housy's hands were wrapped in thick bandages, and the dirt on his face had been wiped clean. He had also changed into a new set of clothes. He looked much more energetic. Senior brother Housy, how do you feel now? Chu Hen asked. Housy's pair of small eyes flickered with a bit of light. He looked at his hands and said, I feel that my hands belong to me again and I can move them now. Chu Hen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said gratefully to the old man next to him, Thank you, Dr. Wen. It's no big deal, it's just a piece of cake. But the person who did this to him was too ruthless. The broken bones pierced into his meridians. If he came half a day later, I'm afraid that his hands would have been completely crippled, the old man said. Upon hearing this, Housy's face also surged with a bit of frost and hatred. Chu Hen gently patted the other shoulder and said in a decisive and firm tone, Senior brother Housy, don't worry. Chu Hen, will definitely make you pay for this with interest. This matter started because of Chu Hen, and Housy was implicated for no reason. If that He Chao directly targeted Chu Hen, perhaps Chu Hen would not be so angry. However, this matter had already happened, and someone had to bear the responsibility. Senior brother Housy, come back to Tensei Prefecture with me first. Tensei Prefecture. In a spacious room, Mu Feng held his head with his hand and squinted his eyes, looking strangely at Housy, who was sitting opposite him, eating and drinking crazily. Sigh, I thought you brought back a beauty. I didn't expect you to bring back a starving ghost. Mu Feng's small eyes were full of contempt, and then he immediately said to Housy, Brother, eat slowly, don't choke to death. Housy smiled a little embarrassedly. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Chu Hen reclined on the bed, holding a scroll in his hand, his gaze carefully looking at the contents inside. At the opening of the scroll were the 5 big words, Soul, Frightening Demon Slayer Spear. Mufeng rolled his eyes and replied snappily, F***ck, can you be a little more polite to me? Everything he's eating now belongs to me. Don't you know that you're eating from others? You have a problem with that? Chu Hen had a disapproving look. Yes, of course I do, and it's a very big problem. No matter what, for the next month, 3 meals a day will be on your bill. No problem. You agreed so readily? Did you pick up a girl's underwear with gold on the side of the road? Doesn't it smell coquettish? Puffed. As soon as his voice fell, Hausi was directly smirked by Mu Feng's words, and for a moment he couldn't help but spit out all the food in his mouth, and even sprayed it all over Mu Feng's face. F***ck, mother ***ker. Mu Feng directly jumped up in anger, opened his mouth, and scolded. Hausi hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, senior brother Mu Feng, I didn't mean it. Stay away from me. You can spit out food when you eat. Do you also spit out shit when you sleep? That won't happen. I rarely wet the bed since I was 6 years old. Scram with lightning speed. If you dare to spit food on my face again, I'll beat the shit out of you. Mu Feng said with disdain. This scene in front of him, even Chu Hen couldn't stop laughing. These two fellows together, they were really a pair of clowns. The next morning, Mu Feng, help senior brother Hausi change his ointment later. I'll go look for Hunter Mentor Song Chung, Chu Hen said before leaving. Behind him, Mu Feng's voice could be faintly heard. Change your ante, I'm not doing it. Chu Hen went to look for Hunter Song. Because of Hausi, he hoped that the Tensei prefecture could take him in. After all, Hausi's predicament was all because of him. As a man, it was reasonable for him to take responsibility. Half an hour later, Chu Hen arrived at a vast training field. It was said that Hunter Song would practice here every morning, and sometimes he would even point out the flaws and problems in the students' cultivation. Boom! From afar, the sound of heavy objects colliding could be heard. A tall, middle-aged man was punching a 3-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide black tree stump with his bare hands. The tree stump was made of an extremely sturdy iron tree. Judging from its width, it was at least 50 years old. Even a full-force blow from Wu Xiao, who was in the elemental opening realm, could only leave a shallow fist mark on the tree. The middle-aged man threw one punch after another. His punches were direct and simple, without the slightest bit of fanciness. With every punch, a 10-centimeter deep fist mark would appear on the iron tree. Without a doubt, this seemingly simple punch contained an extremely powerful lethality. If a normal person were to take a punch like this, the bones in their body would probably be smashed into smithereens in an instant. Hunter Mentor Chung. Chu Hen walked over. The middle-aged man stopped what he was doing and smiled brightly. It's you, Hunter Mentor Chung. Chu Hen cupped his fists and bowed politely. Hee, you don't have to be so polite with me. Have you gotten used to living in our Tensei prefecture? Not bad. Hunter Chung, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. I have a friend who used to be in the Bright Moon Martial House and has opened 8 martial meridians. Chu Hen began to introduce Hausi and gave Song Qinglai some basic information about him. Finally, he asked Song Qinglai to take Hausi in. Song Qinglai listened quietly and raised his eyebrows. So that's it. No problem. You agree? Chu Hen's face lit up. Yes. Song Qinglai nodded. I'll get Gu Qing to handle the paperwork for him later. Thank you very much, Mentor. Chu Hen did not expect Song Qinglai to agree so readily. At the same time, he felt relieved. By the way, Chu Hen. Song Qinglai suddenly thought of something. He stared at Chu Hen with a strange look in his eyes and said, In the past month, did you not attend Mentor Shilan's martial arts lessons even once? Yes. Chu Hen nodded honestly. Chapter 55. Maple Forest Stakes. Located on the west side of Tensei Prefecture, this was an area where the academy's disciples usually trained. As the name suggested, there was a maple forest here. Every late autumn, The maple leaves here would be as red as fire. At that time, the entire maple forest would look like a sea of red maple trees, attracting countless students and teachers to come and watch. The Maple Forest Stakes was a wooden stake formation built here in Tensei Prefecture. The main purpose of the wooden stake formation was to train the agility of the students, their own coordination, and the sensitivity of their reactions, the formation that was set up. The largest wooden stake formation was set up with thousands of wooden stakes. The size of the stakes was not uniform, and the length was also different. There was a magical formation set up below the wooden stakes. Once the formation was activated, the entire area of the wooden stake formation would become unstable. At that time, not only would the positions of the wooden stakes change at will, but the leaves, pebbles, sand, and other things on the ground would also become offensive, hidden weapons. While the students in the wooden stake formation had to stabilize their balance, they also had to dodge the attacking objects that flew at them from all angles. On the surface, there was nothing special about this wooden stake formation. However, there were many students who had fallen from the wooden stakes countless times and were badly battered. They no longer dared to underestimate this formation. Other than the wooden stake formation, there were other training areas in Tensei Prefecture, such as the Bronze Men formation to train one's fighting ability, the Illusory Killing formation to increase one's fighting ability, and the 10,000 Arrows formation to train one's speed. Of course, the favorite place for students of the higher academies was the arena. Because Chu Hen had not had the time to understand the various matters of Tensei Prefecture, his knowledge of the higher academies was limited. Chu Hen did not even know how vast the area of Tensei Prefecture was. After walking around for a long time, Chu Hen finally found the location of the Maple Forest Stakes. Only today did Chu Hen realize that the Heavenly Star Marshal House was much larger than he had imagined. Furthermore, the number of students was also not small. Most of the students were gathered in the training areas. Passing through the lush maple forest, Chu Hen arrived at the gathering place for the students of Shilan's class that Song Qinglai had told him about. On a vast open-air plaza, there was a circular platform. The platform was lined with thousands of wooden stakes. The wooden stakes were pitch black and arranged in a random order. The longest was more than 3 meters, while the shortest was less than 1 meter. At this moment, the array formation had not been activated, and the wooden stake was still in a stationary state. Quite a number of students were practicing their movement techniques. They were all swaying, making people worry that they would fall. Those who were more familiar with each other would spar with each other in pairs, sparring with each other. Chu Hen looked over from afar and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Although this speed was simple, it was not easy to do it. Moreover, the wooden stakes were only in a stationary state, yet many people could not stand steadily. Once the array was activated, they would all fall flat on their backs. "Hey, senior brother Chu Hen, over here!" Right at this moment, a clear and bright shout sounded out. Chu Hen looked over and saw that it was a delicate-looking, shy young man. This person was one of the 3 direct students of Shilan this year. Chu Hen remembered that his name was Li Hui. This year, instructor Shilan had only provided 3 direct students. At the 7 Stars Square, one of her students, He Ching Yuan, had chosen by holding a chess piece in his palm. In the end, the 3 who won the spots were Chu Hen, Li Hui, and a girl named Zhou Lu. There were 5 or 6 people standing beside Li Hui. The girl named Zhou Lu was among them. As for He Ching Yuan, he was not here. As everyone knew, instructor Shilan had the least number of students, but her overall strength was the strongest. Some of them were training outside, while others were cultivating in seclusion. So unless it was a special situation, instructor Shilan would not gather all the students under her. "Senior brother Chu Hen, you're finally here." Li Hui greeted him in a friendly manner. Chu Hen faintly smiled, which could be counted as a signal. "Haha, a new student really has a lot of face. Does he think he's some great person?" A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded in their ears. The one who spoke was a young man with a slender figure and a heroic air. But at this moment, there was a mocking look on his face. Needless to say, he knew that the person he was talking about was Chu Hen. The other young men and women were watching from the side as if they were watching a show. Chu Hen was not angry. He cupped his fist slightly and said, "Senior brother, you're right. I've delayed reporting to instructor Shilan because of my weapon. I hope you can forgive me." In reality, it was He Qingyuan who told Chu Hen to first deal with the matter of the weapon before reporting. But who would have thought that a shadow spear would cost Chu Hen all his primordial crystal stones? Because of this, Chu Hen had no choice but to go to the Boneless Mountain Range to hunt demonic beasts and complete the Clear Cloud Trade Association's mission. As a result, instructor Shilan's reporting was delayed. Chu Hen knew instructor Shilan's position in the eyes of the students in Tensei Prefecture. His absence for nearly a month naturally made some people unhappy, but there was no need to argue about this. It was appropriate for Chu Hen to take the initiative to apologize. However, the young man did not seem to agree with Chu Hen's apology. He sneered disdainfully and said, "It took you so long to settle the weapon issue. Your efficiency is really fast. How can someone as arrogant as you be worthy of being instructor Shilan's direct disciple? I don't think you need to come anymore. Leave as soon as possible." Wu Zhe, just say a few words. A young woman in blue with a ponytail felt that the other party's words were too harsh. She looked at Chu Hen and said, "He's just a new student. It's inevitable for him to make mistakes sometimes." "That's right, senior brother Wu Zhe. Senior sister Lu Yu is right. Don't blame senior brother Chu Hen." Li Hui also put in a good word for Chu Hen. In fact, Li Hui and Chu Hen were not familiar with each other. But after all, they were new students this year. Moreover, when the new students were choosing their instructors, Chu Hen fought with Lin Tao at the 7-Star Square because of the competition for the quota. The scene of Chu Hen defeating the #1 newcomer, Lin Tao, was deeply engraved in their hearts. Because of this, Li Hui admired Chu Hen. As for the other newcomer, Zhou Lu, she pursed her lips and stood at the side without saying a word. Humph! The reason of being a newcomer is not an excuse to make mistakes. Wu Zhe did not let it go. He coldly looked at Chu Hen with a commanding tone. "Instructor Shilan will not want a student like you. Moreover, you are not worthy to be instructor Shilan's student. Hurry up and scram." If I'm not qualified, I'm afraid that you, senior brother, won't be any better." The soft and gentle voice instantly caused the hearts of everyone present to be startled. They only saw a hint of a smile hanging on Chu Hen's face. No one could ignore the barrage of insults, especially when Chu Hen had already apologized. The other party continued to talk incessantly, finally provoking Chu Hen to retaliate. "What did you say?" Wu Zhe's face instantly turned gloomy. Whether I scram or not, it's not up to you to decide. Whether instructor Shilan wants me or not, it's up to her to decide. Why is there a need for you to point fingers here? Senior brother, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? His calm words carried a hint of mockery towards this kind of arrogant person who used a chicken feather as a token of authority. It was not worth it for Chu Hen to repeatedly give in. At the side, Lu Yu, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others' faces all changed. No one expected that Chu Hen would actually dare to rebuke Wu Zhe in public. The other students around the maple tree stump square were also attracted by the commotion here. Pairs of strange eyes filled with astonishment were cast over. What happened? I don't know, it seems that senior brother Wu Zhe and that Chu Hen had an argument. No way. Senior brother Wu Zhe was scolded by a newcomer? Feeling the surrounding pairs of eyes watching the show, the fire in Wu Zhe's heart continued to rise. A newcomer dared to publicly offend him? This was truly humiliating. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and the atmosphere seemed to have dropped to the freezing point. Senior brother Chu Hen, hurry up and apologize to senior brother Wu Zhe. He won't make things difficult for you. Li Hui said. No need. Wu Zhe angrily flicked his sleeves, pointed at Chu Hen's nose, and scolded. Today, as your senior brother, I will properly teach you what it means to respect your teacher. Humph. Chu Hen smiled indifferently. So, you have been incessantly mocking me from the beginning. Do you know what it means to respect others? Shut up. Wu Zhe was enraged, and a surging aura erupted from his body. Lu Yu, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others, who were beside him, all retreated. Immediately, Wu Zhe raised his palm and struck towards Chu Hen's face. Lie down. Humph. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and dense true yuan filled the air. He faced his opponent's attack head-on with his palm. Bang! Their palms collided heavily, and a circle of scattered real essence power bloomed from the palms of both sides. The chaotic shockwave swept away the accumulated maple leaves on the ground. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Hen and Wu Zhe both retreated a few steps. That guy can actually receive senior brother Wu Zhe's palm energy? A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Good lad. Senior brother Wu Zhe has the strength of a rank 3-element opening realm martial artist. Wu Zhe was also astonished that Chu Hen was able to receive his palm attack without being defeated. Humph, I didn't expect you to have some ability. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Thank you for your compliment. I didn't expect you to only have this much ability. It seems like among the direct disciples of teacher Shilan, you are the lowest of the low. Chu Hen replied coldly. Wu Zhe was burning with anger. He pointed at Chu Hen and said, Bastard, you really dare to speak such nonsense. Do you dare to fight me in the wooden stake array? Chapter 56. Bastard, you're really talking nonsense. Do you dare to enter the wooden stake array with me? Wu Zhe, who was furious, pointed at the wooden stake array in the middle of the maple forest square and said. Chu Hen's face showed no signs of fear as he replied coldly, Do you think I'm afraid of you? Arrogant. Absolute arrogance. When Chu Hen's words came out, everyone who was seated were endlessly stunned. No one did not think that Chu Hen was overly arrogant and conceited. He was just a new student, and he dared to challenge Wu Zhe. Furthermore, he dared to agree to enter the wooden stake array. He was simply digging his own grave. Humph, stupid thing. Wu Zhe sneered and immediately walked towards the crowd on the square. With a leap, he steadily stepped onto a 2-meter-tall wooden stake. The other students on the wooden stake array all retreated to the back, creating a large enough space for Wu Zhe. Chu Hen was also not careless as he leapt onto a wooden pillar. As it was his first time stepping onto the wooden stake array, Chu Hen's body obviously swayed a few times. When the surrounding crowd saw this, they all revealed mocking expressions. So it's his first time on the wooden stake array? Then I really admire his courage. He can't even stand properly, yet he still dares to fight on it? It's probably because he got carried away after defeating Lin Tao at the 7 Stars Plaza. This is not called being proud, it's called being ignorant. None of the people present were optimistic about Chu Hen. They all thought that he was asking to be humiliated. Not to mention how long Wu Zhe had been training on the wooden stake array. He could easily suppress Chu Hen with his strength of the 3rd level of the element opening realm. After all, to everyone's knowledge, Chu Hen's cultivation had only opened 9 martial meridians. I was just speaking casually. You, who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, actually dared to follow me into the wooden stake array. Wu Zhe sneered. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Chu Hen's mouth. I thought you were afraid that you couldn't beat me, so you used this move to increase your chances of winning. What a joke! I'll let you know how ridiculous you are right now. As soon as he said that, Wu Zhe quickly took a step forward, moving across the wooden pillar as if he was walking on flat ground. In an instant, he arrived before Chu Hen. His hand turned into a palm blade and slashed towards Chu Hen's neck. So fast! Senior brother Wu Zhe is indeed powerful. Along with the exclamations of the surrounding students, Wu Zei's attacks were swift and fierce like the wind. Chu Hen's brows slightly wrinkled, and he quickly retreated. Too slow. Wu Zei laughed complacently. His palm force suddenly changed, and the force was directed downwards, striking towards Chu Hen's chest. Because he was not familiar with the wooden dummy, Chu Hen almost missed his step. Wu Zei's palm attack had already arrived, and there was no way to avoid it. He could only face it head-on. 7 killing, dark Dipper fist. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and a chaotic shockwave instantly exploded in midair. The collision of True Yuan caused the air to become abnormally chaotic, and the sound of waves reverberated. Because his center of gravity was not stable, Chu Hen's punch did not gain any advantage. Get down! Wu Zei raised his right leg and swept a side whip kick towards Chu Hen's waist. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly. With a flip of his body, he jumped and flashed onto another wooden pillar. However, Wu Zei's speed was clearly much faster. Without waiting for Chu Hen to stabilize his footing, Wu Zei's attack came right after. A fist energy that was surrounded by surging true origin energy exploded towards his opponent's head. As Chu Hen bent his body to dodge, he lost his footing and instantly fell from the wooden pillar. Everyone present sneered in disdain. However, at this moment, Chu Hen hugged the wooden pillar beside him with his arms. Then, with his body parallel to the ground, he swept his leg towards Wu Zei's lower body. This guy still has some reflexes. Someone at the side said. Wu Zei naturally did not expect Chu Hen to be able to pull off such a move. He leaped to the side and easily dodged this attack. But Chu Hen also took this opportunity to flip back onto the wooden pillar. In the short, close combat just now, Chu Hen's performance was still commendable. If it was anyone else who climbed up the wooden pillar for the first time, they would probably be beaten down in 2 or 3 moves. Chu Hen stepped on the top of the wooden pillar with both feet, both hands on the tips of his shoes, and faced Wu Zei in a squatting position. His clear black eyes faintly flashed with a confident luster. Wu Zei sneered disdainfully and said, I don't know where your confidence comes from, but I regret to tell you that within 10 moves, I will definitely make you roll down from there. With that, Wu Zei once again launched an attack towards Chu Hen. But this time, a faint smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. When Wu Zei's attack arrived, swoosh! Chu Hen left the wooden pillar he was on and stepped onto another wooden pillar with a strange footwork. Although it was still not as stable as before, in terms of agility, it was like he was a completely different person. Do you think you can dodge? Wu Zei disregarded this, and the aura of the 3rd level of the elemental opening realm continuously rose from his body. The turbulence formed by the surging True Yuan caused the surrounding students who were standing on the wooden pillars to lose their footing. Chu Hen used the Big Dipper steps, nimbly changing his position like a swimming dragon. In Chu Hen's eyes, the wooden pillars under his feet could be arranged into countless positions of the Big Dipper, and then he could use the Big Dipper roaming dragon steps to change his position on the wooden pillar to achieve the effect of walking on flat ground. How did this guy get the hang of it so quickly? A direct disciple of teacher Shilan said. At the side, Lu Yu, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and a few others also revealed expressions of surprise. Senior brother Chu Hen is indeed not an ordinary person. I've been practicing on it for almost a month, but I'm not even half as nimble as him. Li Hui exclaimed in admiration. Zhou Lu frowned slightly and also said, Isn't this guy at the 9th level of the channel opening realm? Impossible. Lu Yu, who was at the side, firmly denied. The 9th level of the channel opening realm has long lost. I didn't expect our Tensei prefecture to recruit such a newcomer this year. Bang! The power of True Yuan continuously collided with each other on the wooden pillar array. Wu Zei's swift and violent attacks and Chu Hen's nimble and ever-changing movements made the battle in front of them more and more enjoyable. The most shocking thing was the strength that Chu Hen displayed. In the beginning, the other party was still stumbling on the wooden pillar, unable to stand steadily. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen was already able to keep up with Wu Zei's speed and even contend with him. What exactly is that kid's background? With this kind of strength, even the Imperial Martial Academy would fight over him. Who knows? But I heard that before Chu Hen came to our Tensei prefecture, he was rejected by nearly 30 high-ranked martial houses. No way. Do you know the reason? I'm not too sure about that. Previously, I thought that his goal in coming to Tensei prefecture was for Teacher Shilan. But who would have thought that he wouldn't even come to listen to Teacher Shilan's teachings for a whole month? What a character. But no matter what, he definitely can't beat senior brother Wu Zei. There's no doubt about that. Even though Wu Zei's strength was considered to be at the bottom of Teacher Shilan's direct disciples, he was still at the 3rd level of the element opening realm. A newcomer like Chu Hen really didn't have much hope of winning. In the blink of an eye, 8 out of 10 moves had passed. There's only one move left. Boom! The surging, quintessential essence violently collided with each other in midair, and the heavy sound was like a thunderstorm. Amidst the powerful shockwave, Chu Hen and Wu Zei both flew backwards. Buzz, buzz! As he retreated, Wu Zei's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Humph, let's see how you're going to take my last move. A powerful aura continuously rose from Wu Zei's body, and endless true yuan rapidly gathered in his palms along his arms. In an instant, a ferocious golden wolf's head appeared in everyone's line of sight. Restless energy waves continuously reverberated from the golden wolf's head, causing the air to tremble chaotically. Not good! Lu Yu, who was also Teacher Shilan's direct disciple, had a change in expression. She hurriedly scolded, "Wu Zei, stop, don't mess around here." However, it was unknown if Lu Yu's warning was too late, or if Wu Zei had already made up his mind. Boom! In the next moment, the golden wolf's head in Wu Zei's palms suddenly opened its mouth, and with an unstoppable sound of rushing wind, a condensed beam of light shot out. The condensed beam of light emitted a shocking and dangerous aura, and like a shooting arrow, it attacked Chu Hen. Almost at the same time, a sharp spear appeared in Chu Hen's hands. A cold glint flickered in Chu Hen's eyes. The true yuan in his body cheered and flowed towards the demon Punisher's spear like a river. Closely after, the dark spear instantly turned into a dazzling blood-red color. That is, the hearts of the surrounding people were all startled. Every single one of them could feel the austere aura that originated from Chu Hen's body. "Gale Blood Shadow Spear," Chu Hen shouted, and immediately raised his spear, facing the dazzling golden beam of light head-on. Boom! An astonishing amount of power unfolded in a powerful confrontation. The demon Punisher spear in Chu Hen's hand blossomed with a scarlet light, and a burst of surging impact power exploded like a flood. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, that bright and resplendent golden light beam shattered inch by inch and exploded into a ball of scattered Jin Yuan. Zan, the demon Punisher spear attacked like a torrential storm. The sharp spear tip was like a hot knife through butter, directly striking the golden wolf head in front of Wu Zei. Bang! The violent energy shock was instantly detonated, and Wu Zei's pupils shrank. Before he could react, the golden wolf's head in front of him suddenly exploded. A powerful shockwave swept in all directions, and Chu Hen's 3-feet-long spearlight shot down, cold and sharp like a blood shadow. All the attacks landed on Wu Zei's body, and the latter's body shook violently before he was sent flying. Under the countless eyes of the surrounding people, Wu Zei staggered and landed on the ground. Chapter 57. 10 moves, just right. A playful and frivolous laugh came out of Chu Hen's mouth. The demon Punisher spear was pointed at Wu Zei in front of him, and a sharp aura burst out of Chu Hen's body involuntarily. 3 feet of spear light, who could compete with it? In an instant, everyone in the Maple Forest Steak Plaza was shocked, and their faces were full of astonishment. 10 moves. The one who retreated from the wooden stake formation wasn't Chu Hen, but Wu Zhe. This result was completely out of everyone's expectations. Lu Yu, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others, a few of teacher Shilan's direct students, were even more shocked. They were very clear of Wu Zhe's strength, especially in the wooden stake formation. The other party clearly had a greater advantage than Chu Hen. This guy's strength has increased so much again in just a month? Zhou Lu frowned slightly. She was shocked, but also a little mentally unbalanced. Among the new students this year, her strength was among the top in Tensei Prefecture. But compared to Chu Hen, it was simply insignificant. Looking at Wu Zhe, who had fallen from the wooden stake formation, her face was already extremely gloomy. Being humiliated by a new student was really intolerable. Don't be happy too early. Just now, I didn't even use half of my strength. Next, I will let you understand what is called the gap. Buzz! Before he finished speaking, a light saber appeared in Wu Zhe's hand. The saber was more than 3 feet long, narrow like a willow leaf, and had a green luster. The surging true essence quickly gathered towards the light saber, and the aura that Wu Zhe emitted rose steadily. With him as the center, the dead leaves on the ground fluttered and danced. You sure are chattering endlessly. The corner of Chu Hen's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. With a thought, a similarly dense aura erupted. Threads of black light swept out along his right arm, like vines wrapping around the demon Punisher spear. Buzz, buzz! The strange and restless black light lingered around the demon slayer spear, as if it was covered with a layer of black flames from hell. The atmosphere in the square instantly became tense, and a great battle was about to break out. All of you stop! Just at this moment, a slightly angry rebuke exploded in the square. Everyone was shocked, and their eardrums unconsciously hurt. Senior Brother Qingyuan? Wu Zhe's face changed as he hurriedly dispersed the condensed true essence power. Chu Hen also retracted the power he had released and looked in the same direction along with everyone else. 3 or 4 young men and women with extraordinary temperaments were approaching from afar. The surrounding people all looked at him with admiration and respect. He Qingyuan, who had helped mentor Shilan select the 3 direct students at the 7-star square, was among them. However, most people were looking at the young man beside He Qingyuan. This man was dressed luxuriously and had a slender figure. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, giving off a cynical feeling, and on the chest of his clothes was a black pentagram badge. A black badge. He had accumulated 30,000 star points and could apply to leave the academy in advance. Anyone could tell that this person was not simple. Senior Brother Qingyuan, Senior Brother Bianhong, you're here. Lu Yu, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and a few other direct students of mentor Shilan went up to greet them. He Qingyuan first nodded, his handsome brows slightly furrowed as he looked at Wu Zhe and Chu Hen, who had flashed down from the wooden stake array with dissatisfaction. What's going on? Reporting to Senior Brother Qingyu. Wu Zhe hurriedly said, This junior brother came to report a month ago, and as his senior brother, I only said a few words to him. It's fine if he didn't listen, but he even insulted me. That's why I couldn't help but teach him a lesson. You're really good at complaining first, Chu Hen said coldly and sarcastically. You, enough. He Qingyuan shouted at the 2 of them, and then said, Lu Yu, tell me what's going on. Lu Yu's beautiful eyes wandered, and after thinking for a while, she said, Both of them are at fault. It's just that Wu Zhe started it first. Although Lu Yu and Wu Zhe were usually on good terms, in reality, Chu Hen had already apologized to everyone and explained the reason, who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Everyone present could see it clearly. Why did you only come now? He Qingyuan looked at Chu Hen and asked. Everyone knew that He Qingyuan was an all-round student. Although his innate talent wasn't extremely high, his mind was sharp and his ability to handle matters was very strong. Many times, Mentor Shilan would ask He Qingyuan to deal with the problems between the juniors. Therefore, many students were in awe of He Qingyuan. My apologies for the delay in dealing with the weapons. Chu Hen replied in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Dealing with the weapons? He Qingyuan could not help but be stunned. He remembered that he had asked Chu Hen to deal with the weapons first before reporting to him. But He Qingyuan did not expect him to spend so much time. Bian Hong, who was at the side, could not help but laugh indifferently. He looked at Chu Hen with interest and said, "A newcomer that can knock Wu Zhe down from the wooden dummy array. You have some ability." His tone was indifferent, and there was not a hint of praise or derision. However, when Chu Hen heard this, he did not feel that it was a little harsh on his ears. In addition, Bian Hong's eyes, which were full of rumination, revealed a trace of obscure coldness. He Qingyuan frowned slightly, and then said, "I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, you guys can deal with it. Don't forget, in the entire Tensei Prefecture, only the arena is the place to settle personal grudges." "Yes, senior brother Qingyuan," Wu Zhe replied in a low voice, coldly glancing at Chu Hen from the corner of his eyes. "Oh, right. Senior brother Qingyuan, where's instructor Shilan? Why isn't she here yet?" The one who spoke was the newcomer, Zhou Lu, who was standing beside Li Hui. The others could not help but cast puzzled gazes. He Qingyuan nodded slightly, raised his eyelids slightly, and said, "Instructor Shilan has something to do today. She asked me to tell you that today's martial instruction class has been cancelled. Also," He Qingyuan's voice paused, and his gaze looked towards Chu Hen, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu and said, "Instructor Shilan wants the three of you to go to Jun Lai Pavilion tomorrow night to participate in the Star Elite competition." Star Elite competition? Chu Hen and the other two could not help but be startled. Since returning to Tensei Prefecture yesterday, Chu Hen had always heard people talking about this matter. At that time, he did not pay much attention to it, but now it was related to him. What is the Star Elite competition? When this question came out of Chu Hen's mouth, the surrounding people were all startled. Each and every one of them looked at him with strange gazes. He actually did not even know this. The Star Elite competition is also called the Star Elite Monarch Assembly. This is a newcomer martial arts competition that is held once every year. Every time, all the top newcomers and genius students of the high-ranked martial houses in the Imperial City will participate. As the saying goes, displaying the sharpness of the stars, the beginning of one's brilliance. Zhou Lu indifferently explained to Chu Hen. At the same time, no confidence could be seen in her eyes, and she seemed to be under great pressure. "Isn't this pretty good?" Li Hui interrupted and said, "What's good about it? Every year, the newcomers in Tensei Prefecture are ranked at the bottom. On the surface, this is an exchange of newcomers between the various high-ranked martial houses. In reality, it's just a competition to see which high-ranked martial house recruits the most outstanding newcomers. It's also equivalent to representing the martial house. Zhou Lu's family was from the Imperial City, and she was very clear about the situation of the various academies in the Imperial City." Li Hui rubbed his nose. How could he not know this? His words just now were obviously sarcastic. Zhou Lu continued, "In the past years, our Tensei Prefecture was always ranked at the bottom. I remember last year, an ordinary high-ranked martial house student humiliated our academy's newcomers half to death." Looking at Zhou Lu's expression, she most likely did not want to go to the so-called Star Elite Monarch Assembly. He Qingyuan, who was at the side, also secretly shook his head. Even though he did not want to hear these discouraging words, he had to admit that what Zhou Lu said was true. Every year, Tensei Prefecture was jointly suppressed by the various high-ranked martial houses in the imperial city. Almost every time, after being humiliated, they would return resentfully. In recent years, the newcomers in Tensei Prefecture were all afraid of this star elite monarch assembly, and 9 out of 10 were not willing to participate. "You guys go back and prepare," He Qingyuan said. Immediately, the crowd left the maple forest stump one after another. Chu Hen did not say much, and minded his own business as he turned and left. Wu Zhe looked at Chu Hen's back, and a faint chill surged in his eyes. Bian Hong, who wore a black badge on his chest, lightly rubbed his chin, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Senior brother Chu Hen, are you going to participate in the Star Elite Monarch Assembly?" "If you participate, I will participate." Li Hui followed Chu Hen's footsteps and asked. Chu Hen smiled slightly. "I'm not sure yet." Although Chu Hen said that he was not sure, he already had an answer in his heart. Since it was a banquet that all the high-ranked martial houses in the imperial city had to participate, then the Bright Moon Academy would definitely be among them. As the newcomers of the Bright Moon Academy, He Chao and the He Xian brothers would most likely also participate. The two of them had vented their anger on Haozi, and they needed to find an opportunity to settle the score. Chapter 58. After leaving the maple tree stump, Chu Hen went back first. He had yet to see teacher Shilan, but he had already started a conflict with her disciple, Wu Zhe. However, Chu Hen had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. "If you dare to bully me, then there is no need to endure it." After a while, Chu Hen walked to the front courtyard of the martial house. On the way, many people were talking about the Star Elite competition tomorrow night. "Sai, it's time for the Star Elite Monarch Conference again. It's Tensei Prefecture's Newcomer Abuse Day." "So be it. Anyways, I won't be going tomorrow night." "That's right. Even if I go, I will lose face. I might as well not go." When these words stopped in his ears, Chu Hen couldn't help but feel a little indescribable sorrow. Even though he was in the Tensei Prefecture, there were still too many people who linked their face with the martial house, who knew that if the Tensei Prefecture lost face, the students in the academy would lose face even more. Junior apprentice brother Chu Hen, along with a familiar shout, two figures walked over. They were Haozi and Mu Feng. Senior apprentice brother Haozi. Chu Hen smiled, then couldn't help but be startled. He pointed at the other person's arm and said, "What's wrong with you?" Haozi's arm was wrapped in a thick bandage, which was needed to treat injuries. However, what made Chu Hen surprised was that the bandage was tied with 2 butterfly knots. Mu Feng, who was at the side, raised his eyebrows and said with a proud face, How is it? My skills are not bad, right?" Chu Hen's forehead was immediately filled with black lines. Letting Mu Feng change Haozi's dressing was indeed a wrong choice. However, Haozi did not seem to mind as he said, "That senior brother Gu Qing has already helped me with the admission procedures. I am now a member of Tensei Prefecture." Chu Hen nodded. "As long as you don't mind." How could that be? Tensei Prefecture used to be a great martial house, and the entrance examination for new students in Tensei Prefecture is not worse than that of Bright Moon Academy. So it's obvious that this place is not bad. You're right, Mouse." Mu Feng patted Mouse's shoulder and said, "This place is indeed quite good, especially with Shilan, one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital, and by Yua, one of the 6 pearls of the imperial capital. They are my little Fingfing's ultimate goal." Chu Hen was both angry and amused at the same time. Every 3 sentences, he would always talk about women. This Mu Feng was really something. While they were talking, there was a commotion on the other side of the plaza. He saw a middle-aged man dressed as a teacher pasting a piece of xian paper on the wall of a bulletin board. "What announcement is this?" Mu Feng muttered as he ran over to take a look. Chu Hen and Haozi also walked over curiously. The content of the announcement on the paper was about tomorrow's Star Sharp Monarch Conference. The general content was that tomorrow evening, the new students of Tensei Prefecture would head to Monarch Arrival Pavilion to exchange pointers with the new students of the various martial houses in the imperial capital. And here I thought it was something good. So it's to gain glory for the academy under the guise of an exchange. Mu Feng tilted his head and rolled his eyes a few times as he muttered to himself. There should be quite a few beauties attending this Sharp Monarch Descends Association. Who knows? There might even be a few beauties who are head over heels for my handsomeness. That's right, the imperial capital is so big, there will definitely be a few who are blind and knowledgeable. Junior brother Chu-Hen, are you going to participate in this Sharp Monarch conference? Hauzi suddenly asked. Why? Well, I'm worried that He Chao and his brother will harm you, so... Chu-Hen only smiled and didn't say anything else. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Near evening, Chu-Hen returned to his residence after practicing his spear techniques for a while. Mu Feng and Hauzi seemed to have gone out and didn't return. However, when Chu-Hen pushed open the door to his room, a new junior brother shouted from outside the courtyard. Senior brother Chu-Hen, are you staying here? Who? Chu-Hen asked in surprise. Senior brother Chu-Hen. That person walked in and handed a piece of paper to Chu-Hen. Senior brother, just now outside. Someone asked me to pass this to you. Oh. Chu-Hen was slightly surprised. He received the piece of paper in confusion and asked, Who is that person? I don't know. He's about the same age as you. And he said that you're from the same place. About the same age, from the same place. Flame City of Rain? Chu-Hen squinted his eyes and was filled with curiosity. Chu-Hen opened the piece of paper. There was only a short sentence on it. Before the sky turns dark, we'll meet at the Fallen Leaf Lake in the West City. Old acquaintances from Flame City of Rain. Old acquaintances from Flame City of Rain? Who? Chu-Hen lightly wrinkled his brows, and the confusion on his face became even stronger. Whose handwriting was this? He wasn't familiar with it. Had he seen it before? Chu-Hen couldn't tell. However, to be honest, the moment Chu-Hen saw the piece of paper in front of him, he recalled the time when he was wronged in Flame City of Rain. At that time, it was also a piece of paper, asking him to meet at the Maple Pavilion. He didn't expect that what happened later would become a mark that Chu-Hen would never forget for the rest of his life. However, he could be sure that the piece of paper in front of him was not written by Yiyu. However, since that incident, it could be said that Chu-Hen basically had no friends in Flame City of Rain. Should I go? Is this another trap? Looking at the hazy sky, Chu-Hen was a little hesitant. In the evening, night began to fall, and the bustling streets of the imperial city were lit up with dazzling lights. Fallen Leaf Lake in the West City. The scenery was pleasant and the shore breeze was cool. The willows by the lake were hanging by the lake and seemed to be dancing in the cool breeze. Fallen leaves fluttered and fell, creating circles of soft ripples on the surface of the lake. On the edge of the Fallen Leaves Lake, there was a magnificent restaurant. The restaurant was grand and luxurious, and under the illumination of the resplendent lights, it was resplendent and magnificent. Looking from afar, it looked like a palace that was situated here. The restaurant was called the Falling Moon Restaurant. It was one of the most famous and prosperous restaurants in the capital. Those who could go to the Falling Moon Restaurant were all nobles in the capital. The Falling Moon Restaurant was prosperous and luxurious. At this moment, in a small booth by the lake about 100 meters away from the Falling Moon Restaurant, Chu-Hen drank fragrant tea and looked quietly at the surface of the lake. The sky gradually darkened and many people gathered by the lakeside of the Falling Leaves Lake for a walk. When Chu-Hen finished his third cup of tea, a young figure suddenly sat down opposite him. It's better to drink less tea. It's easy to fall asleep at night. There was a hint of arrogance in the gentle voice. This was a handsome young man with a cold appearance. However, in Chu-Hen's eyes, this face was familiar. I don't usually sleep at night, Chu-Hen answered. He looked at the other person with a firm gaze, and his throat moved slightly. He spat out a few words clearly. Young Master Liang, long time no see. Young Master Liang, old acquaintance of Flaming Rain City. In the entire Flaming Rain City, there was only one person who could make Chu Hen call young Master Liang, and that was the eldest young master of the Liang family, Liang Yiming. Liang Yiming, an old acquaintance of Shaozong College. Together with Chu Hen, Yiyu, and Lu Xiao, they were known as the four geniuses of Shaozong. "Ha! Brother Chu, how have you been?" Liang Yiming laughed heartily. Looking at the smile on the other party's face, Chu Hen did not expect that the person who invited him here would be Liang Yiming. The two of them rarely crossed paths when they were at Shaozong College, let alone now. "Why did you ask me to come here?" Chu Hen asked. "I thought you would return to Flaming Rain City. I didn't expect you to go to Tensei Prefecture. However, if I had to choose, I would be the same as you. I would rather settle down in the worst college in the capital than go back and be a joke." Liang Yiming picked up the kettle next to him and poured a cup of tea in front of him. "You didn't ask me to come here today to reminisce, did you? It seems like we have nothing to reminisce about. Huh?" A faint smile appeared on Liang Yiming's face. He then pointed in the direction of the falling moon tower and said, "Brother Chu, look over there. Look over there." Chu Hen looked in the direction that the other party was pointing and saw a few young men and women in gorgeous clothes with extraordinary temperament walking towards the entrance of the falling moon tower. "It's her?" Chu Hen frowned. Although they were nearly 100 meters apart, Chu Hen still saw Yi Yu's figure at a glance. Yi Yu was dressed in a lavender dress. Her beautiful long hair draped over her shoulders, and she exuded a noble and elegant temperament. She was slim and graceful. Under the bright lights, she was particularly beautiful and moving. Beside Yi Yu, a young man with an extraordinary bearing was walking with her, trying to keep a distance from her. Suddenly, Chu Hen's pupils abruptly shrunk and an ice-cold chill quietly surged within his eyes. He suddenly discovered that there was a pattern on the back of the man's gorgeous clothes. The pattern was in the shape of a scorching sun. The pattern was extremely arrogant and looked like a golden wheel with its sharp teeth. Looking at the pattern, a layer of frost quickly spread on Chu Hen's face. "Haha, Brother Chu is really unforgettable." Liang Yiming did not know what Chu Hen was thinking. He only thought that Chu Hen still liked Yi Yu and was angry when he saw Yi Yu with another man. In fact, in Chu Hen's eyes, Yi Yu was nothing. All of the friendship between the two of them had already vanished into thin air on the night when Chu Hen was framed. Liang Yiming smiled faintly when he saw that Chu Hen did not speak. That person is called Wei Qingfan. He is the first young master of the Wei clan and a well-known genius in the imperial capital. It is said that his strength has already reached the core transformation stage. As for which stage, I'm not too sure. The Wei clan is quite powerful in the imperial capital. If you want to know how strong they are, I can only say that they can easily destroy the general's mansion and my Liang clan. Chapter 59. Wei Qingfan, the Wei clan's eldest young master. He was a famous genius in the imperial city, and his cultivation had already reached the core transformation stage. The Wei clan was quite powerful in the imperial city, and the Blazing Rain City's general's estate behind Chu Hen was nothing in front of the Wei clan. "Why are you telling me all this?" Chu Hen asked coldly. "You're going to participate in the Star Prodigy competition tomorrow night." Liang Yiming didn't answer his question. "How about participating?" "So what if I don't participate?" Liang Yiming smiled, then pointed in the direction of the falling moon pavilion again and said, "That person in blue is called Rin Chong, and he's this year's newcomer king of Tifeng province. He's at the 3rd level of the origin opening stage, and he inherited the soul assimilating lock bloodline limit, which is called the soul lock battle physique. He can even fight against opponents at the 4th level of the origin opening stage. At this moment, Wei Qingfan Yu and a few other young men and women had already walked to the entrance of the Falling Moon Pavilion. The receptionist inside respectfully came out to greet them. Looking from afar, the man called Ren Chong walked beside Wei Qingfan, and the smile on his face was filled with pride and contentment. This Ren Chong's talent is extremely high, and his strength is extraordinary. Moreover, he has an extremely good relationship with Wei Qingfan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's this year's newcomer king of the high-ranked martial houses in the entire imperial city, and the only one that can compare to him is the Imperial Martial Academy's #1 newcomer, Shu Xuero. So, Chu Hen's gaze returned to Liang Yiming. So, if you want to live, it's best if you don't appear at the Monarch Arrival Pavilion tomorrow. Wei Qingfan has already instructed Ren Chong that once you participate in the Star Prodigy competition tomorrow, he'll complete the last step. The last step? Chu Hen's eyelids twitched, and a faint coldness flashed in his eyes. I believe you still don't know why Lu Xiao framed you in Blazing Rain City, right? Liang Yiming said. A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes, but he didn't say anything. It was Wei Qingfan's order, Liang Yiming continued. Oh. Chu Hen frowned slightly and replied indifferently. At that time, I didn't know Wei Qingfan at all. To be exact, I never knew him. Why would he want to harm me? Hee, you already have the answer in your heart. Why do you need me to say it out loud? Liang Yiming smiled lightly. It's Yi Yu. That's right, Wei Qingfan has always been pursuing you, and you were a stumbling block between the two of them. Thus, Wei Qingfan let Lu Xiao put on a good show. Your reputation will be ruined, and your future will be ruined. This way, Miss Yi can justifiably kick you away and make you have no face to follow her in the future. Chu Hen smiled. His smile was especially mocking. He was mocking himself as well as Yi Yu. Was this the truth? Was this the reason why he was framed for no reason that night? That Yi Yu thinks too highly of herself. As long as she says the word, will I, Chu Hen, still cling to her? Chu Hen sneered and felt a chill in his heart. He only had a good impression of Yi Yu. It wasn't like he would cling to her and not let go, and it wasn't like he would insist that she didn't want anything. Why did he have to play so many tricks? But on second thought, this wasn't an unnecessary move by Wei Qingfan. His ultimate goal was to make sure that Chu Hen would never be able to turn over a new leaf and become a complete cripple. What kind of deep hatred did the other party have for him to set himself up like this? Could it be that in Wei Qingfan's eyes, it was enough as long as he was willing? This person, Wei Qingfan, is practically a household name in the imperial city. His personality was very strange. If someone had offended him or someone he wanted to deal with, he would not kill them directly. Instead, he would torture them and make them suffer. When the person had completely broken down, he would then deal a killing blow. As for what happened after that, I don't think I need to say more. The reason why you were rejected by all the high-ranked martial houses was all because of Wei Qingfan's manipulation. But Liang Yiming's voice paused, and he said with some doubt, I'm curious about one thing. How are you still alive? According to the way this matter developed, you shouldn't have had the chance to enter Tensei Prefecture. Then shouldn't Wei Qingfan arrange for your corpse to be strewn on the streets? Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. What a mother asterisk her, touching my sore spot. From Liang Yiming's point of view, since Wei Qingfan arranged for Ren Chong to get rid of Chu Hen tomorrow night, it meant that the other party already had the determination to kill Chu Hen. In comparison with Wei Qingfan's character, he should have made his move long ago. Do I have to tell you that I was chased by more than 20 assassins that night? Chu Hen cursed in his heart. Then, Chu Hen stared at Liang Yiming with a burning gaze, and his tone suddenly lowered. How do you know all this? How did Liang Yiming know all this? Moreover, he knew it in such detail. Receiving Chu Hen's suspicious gaze, Liang Yiming smiled disapprovingly. Last night, I accidentally ran into Wei Qingfan and Rin Chong discussing this matter. With your cultivation level, you can eavesdrop on Wei Qingfan's conversation without being discovered. Chu Hen asked in a deep voice. Hee. Do you think I have to tell you that my bloodline has the ability to detect things from afar? The bloodline has the ability to detect things from afar? The suspicion in Chu Hen's eyes gradually disappeared. From Liang Yiming's expression and gaze, he could tell that Liang Yiming was not lying. However, there was still one thing that Chu Hen did not understand. Why did you tell me all this? This was the question that Chu Hen was concerned about. In the past, when they were in Shaozong College, the two of them did not have much of a relationship. Their relationship could not even be considered ordinary friends. Logically speaking, Liang Yiming did not have to tell him all this. Moreover, this matter involved Wei Qingfan, a genius that was not to be trifled with. All the more reason for Liang Yiming not to meddle in this matter. There are 2 reasons why I told you all this. A faint smile appeared on Liang Yiming's face. The first reason is that both you and I are from Flaming Rain City. I really can't bear to see you fall step by step into the trap that someone else has set up. Consider it a friendly reminder. Liang Yiming paused for a moment before he continued. Also, I feel that Brother Chu is not as simple as you look. I'll take this opportunity to do you a favor now. Who knows, when you achieve great success in the future, I might be able to befriend you, right? Of course. Before that day comes, you need to preserve your life. Liang Yiming was very straightforward. Although he usually looked cold and callous, he was actually very shrewd. Back in Flaming Rain City, Chu Hen's 9 martial veins were shattered and the tendons in his hands and feet were destroyed. He thought his life was over. He did not expect that not only did he recover to his original state after 3 months, but his strength had also increased greatly. Who would believe that Chu Hen was just an ordinary person? In addition to the various things that happened in the capital these days, in Liang Yiming's eyes, he was still very optimistic about Chu Hen. Moreover, he had only told Chu Hen the inside story that he had unintentionally found out. This was a small matter that could be settled with just a few words. Even if it was because both of them were from Flaming Rain City, Liang Yiming could unconditionally be a good person for once. You won't tell others that it was me who told you about this, right? That would be a great loss for me, Liang Yiming said, half-jokingly. After learning the whole story, Chu Hen stood up and turned to leave. I'll remember this favor of yours. That's right. Before Chu Hen could take a few steps, Liang Yiming reminded him. That young lady, Yao, is also in Tifeng province. Don't you plan to find time to meet her? Yao is here, too? Chu Hen stopped in his tracks. There was a hint of surprise between his brows. Did Wei Qingfan ask her to come? That's not it. It was Yao, that Xiaoya, who entered Tifeng province with her own ability. Liang Yiming also stood up and walked in front of Chu Hen. He patted his shoulder and said, She can't forget you, the person she once regarded as her brother-in-law. Don't ask me how I know. This afternoon, that young lady hesitated at the entrance of Tensei Prefecture for half an hour. In the end, she didn't dare to go in to look for you. Chu Hen wrinkled his eyebrows, and an obscure fluctuation of emotions flashed through his eyes. Then, without saying another word, he left immediately. At night, Chu Hen walked alone on the wide street. For some reason, the sky started to drizzle. The cold rainwater dripped on his face, giving him an inexplicable chill. After learning the truth of the matter, the emotions in Chu Hen's heart were like the brewing lava of a volcano. Under the seemingly calm appearance, there was actually a tsunami of rage. Liang Yiming did not lie. At least more than 90% of what he said was trustworthy. This was something Chu Hen could be sure of. Chu Hen raised his right hand. His pupils reflected the token in his palm. The token was engraved with exquisite patterns. In the center, there was a picture of a scorching sun. This token was the token that Chu Hen found on the body of the leader of the assassins after he was ambushed in the middle of the night. And the scorching sun pattern on the token was exactly the same as the logo on Wei Qingfan's clothes. What was the truth? The answer was obvious. From Raging Rain City to the imperial capital, the series of things that happened to Chu Hen were all because of Wei Qingfan. And in the past, Chu Hen trusted Yi Yu the most. She was also a part of it. The raging flames were like the rising tide rising into the sky. The veins on Chu Hen's arm burst. The golden token in his palm was forcefully twisted and deformed. The cold frost instantly covered his handsome face. The young man's outline actually became somewhat fierce. Chapter 60. After returning to Tensei Prefecture, Chu Hen entered his room alone and closed the door. What happened to this guy? Could it be that he was dumped by a woman? Outside the door, Mu Feng looked at Haozi with a puzzled expression. Don't make wild guesses. Junior brother Chu Hen might be a little tired after practicing martial arts for a whole day. I don't believe it. However, tomorrow is the Star Elite competition. This marshal is going to show off his skills. The reputation of Tensei Prefecture will depend on me. From then on, a golden scale will transform into a dragon. A beauty will fall in love with me, and I will walk to the peak of life. Haha. Facing Mu Feng's neurotic appearance, Haozi also couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. There was probably no cure for this illness. It was almost midnight. In the silence, Chu Hen was immersed in a state of cultivation. Buzz, buzz, cheerful and lively true origin energy continuously flowed from Chu Hen's dantian to all the major meridians in his body. A restless aura that fluctuated between strong and weak was constantly released from Chu Hen's body. The true origin energy faintly covered Chu Hen's body, emitting a slightly intoxicating halo in the darkness. Suddenly, an incomparably cold aura suddenly leaked out from Chu Hen's body. The temperature in the room plummeted to the freezing point. With Chu Hen as the center, a cloud of white mist faintly pervaded and rose. This is... Chu Hen was slightly startled. He hurriedly steadied his mind and used his divine sense to investigate the condition of his body. Subsequently, Chu Hen was surprised to find that his true origin energy was actually mixed with wisps of ice profound energy. At the position of his dantian, the true origin energy cyclone was circulating in an orderly manner. However, there was also a small white ice profound energy cyclone condensed in the true origin energy cyclone. Could this be the power contained in the Ice Moon Demon Wolf's spiritual origin liquid? Chu Hen was secretly surprised. He was no stranger to the energy fluctuations emitted by this white cyclone. Previously, in the underground palace of the blood-hunting dragon in the Boneless Mountain Range, Chu Hen was inadvertently injected with the blood essence of the blood-hunting dragon. In order to make Chu Hen suffer less pain, Xia Qing injected the original spiritual source fluid into Chu Hen's body. The Ice Moon Demonic Wolf's origin spiritual liquid contained an enormous amount of pure and powerful energy. The Ice Moon Demon Wolf absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbed the essence of the moon, and used its own strength to condense the ice-attributed energy. In comparison, a drop of Ice Moon Demonic Wolf Source spiritual yuan liquid was far more precious than a drop of essence blood of the blood-hunting razorback dragon. Looking at the ball of ice profound energy mixed in the true essence cyclone, Chu Hen was both surprised and surprised. Under normal circumstances, once a person was assimilated with this mass of ice xian qi, they would most likely die. However, this ball of ice xian qi remained in Chu Hen's body obediently, which was naturally puzzling. It must be the power of the chaotic body and the sacred demonic pupil body that's suppressing it. Chu Hen thought back to what had happened in the underground palace, but he did not understand why. His top priority right now was to expel this ball of ice xian qi, or it might lead to some unknown accident in the future. However, just as Chu Hen was about to expel the ball of ice xian qi, a bold idea appeared in his head. Instead of expelling it, I might as well try to fuse it with my true energy, to fuse the power of his true yuan with the power of other attributes to the current Chu Hen. This could not be said to be not daring. It had to be mentioned that the icy cyclone originated from the Beast King, the Ice Moon demonic wolf. It was on par with peak human void-piercing realm experts. If it was not handled properly, Chu Hen's meridians would be frozen into powder in an instant. Chu Hen naturally understood this, but after thinking about it for so many days, this ball of icy cyclone that remained in his body did not show any abnormalities, indicating that there must be some reason for it. It was not a bad idea to give it a try. Immediately, Chu Hen tried to use a wisp of true energy to touch the ball of ice Xian Qi while operating his true energy. The moment the two intersected, a wisp of ice Xian Qi instantly intersected with the power of true energy. A bone-chilling power immediately filled Chu Hen's body, and a sharp extreme cold extended towards all major meridians. No, Chu Hen was shocked and subconsciously mobilized the power of the demon pupil. Immediately, a strange purple power integrated into the power of true energy. When the power of the sacred demonic pupil body was integrated, the ball of ice Xian Qi immediately became docile and peaceful. The power of the sacred body was really powerful. Chu Hen was surprised and happy. It seemed that the main reason why he was safe these days was that the ball of ice Xian Qi was suppressed by the sacred demonic pupil body and the chaotic body. When I completely tame this ball of ice Xian Qi, I can integrate it into the power of true energy. In the process of fighting with others, there will be another big killing move, Chu Hen secretly thought. Immediately, with the help of the sacred demonic pupil body, Chu Hen began to integrate the ice Xian Qi with the power of true energy. Unconsciously, the temperature in the whole room became cold and cold. Time passed minute by minute. Chu Hen had forgotten the time, and the door of the room was always closed. It's already noon. Why hasn't junior brother Chu Hen come out yet? Hauzi stood outside the door of Chu Hen's room, his face revealing a bit of confusion. Who cares about him? Mu Feng was holding a big, roasted chicken in his hand, eating it with relish. If he doesn't go to Xing Rue Monarch Descent Association, Mu Feng will laugh at the heroes tonight. Hauzi shook his head and thought to himself, it's good that junior brother Chu Hen doesn't go, that He Chao might think of some way to deal with him. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. The new geniuses of the various martial academies in the imperial city began to prepare and set off. In the room, Chu Hen sat on the bed, motionlessly like a rock. Strands of true energy lingered around his body, gorgeous like a thin layer of gauze. And within the envelopment of the true energy, a faint white ice Xian Qi could be faintly seen. Buzz! Suddenly, the previously calm true energy instantly became chaotic and agitated. A strong aura that surpassed the second level of the Tongyuan realm exploded from within Chu Hen's body. Invisible waves of air caused the tables, chairs, cupboards, everything in the room to shake, and the chaotic aura burst forth wantonly. Immediately after, Chu Hen opened his eyes, and a bewitching purple light flickered like a ray. Who? With a shout, Chu Hen raised his hand and pushed out his palm. A white ray of true energy flew out from his palm and landed on the round table in front of him. Buzz! The white palm energy hit the round table, and in the next moment a cold air spread out.